Royals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. It is a completely different day today. The wind is blowing in. It is cold at Wrigley Field for the second of an abbreviated series between the Royals and the Chicago Cubs. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the ballpark with Rex Hudler. I'm Ryan Lefevre. Joe Goldberg and Jeff Montgomery will also be joining us. You played here from the wind blowing in as opposed to the wind blowing out. Is this the most extreme ballpark in the big leagues?
Without question it is, Rhino. It's two completely different ballparks. Now, Friday, the Royals witnessed a typical summer day. Wind's blowing out, everybody's happy, it's warm temperatures, and then now they're going to get the other side, the contrast of April and late season weather, wind blowing in, even the strongest of hitters can't muscle one out of the yard. But it's going to be exciting because you know one of our Royals possibly will.
Yeah, that's good news for Yordano Ventura. More good news today. Alex Rios is finally back from the disabled list.
And everybody is really excited about Rios coming back for sure. Wow. How about Paulo Orlando? He did everything he could to help continue this team in their winning ways. And now he's being sent out. Oh, well, we'll see Paulo again. He's a really wonderful addition. But Rios has been the best. When you're talking about the Royal way and the way that they defend, they run, and they hit, this guy brings the total package. Nice to have Rios back. His legs fresh. That home run stroke hopefully is working. And that defense is solid to go along with the rest of his buddies. It should be fun to watch him.
And I hope he's got some long underwear on today, as it is a cold one at Wrigley Field. The Royals took game one on Friday in front of a lot of Royals fans here. The ball was flying out. The Royals hit 3 home runs. They ended a 4-game losing streak, winning 8-4. And game 2 is coming up. On all the new 2015 vehicles today. And by the Missouri Lottery, every ticket you play gives back to schools across Missouri. So play it forward with the Missouri Lottery. And we encourage you to keep voting for the Royals on Nedyo's roster at the All-Star game in Cincinnati. And if you aren't already aware, if the All-Star game happened to be today, if the voting was complete, the Royals would have 5 starters in the starting lineup.
You gotta love that, and so do the players. Fans, it's all about you, though. Look at those players you voted in. Now, we gotta continue. We can't stop now. Let's push hard this next month and a half.
Our Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard, and then we've got 3 guys who are second in the league: Omar Infante, Eric Hosmer, and Kendrys Morales. Let's go down to the field. Joel is standing by with one of those potential All-Stars.
Ryan, thanks. Yeah, Wrigley Field has been invaded by all these fans back here. Salvi, what do you think?
I wanted to say thank you for the fans, thank you for the support, and thank you for we won Kansas City.
It's been pretty crazy here, and it's showing in the All-Star balloting. It's not just you this year. You got almost all your teammates that are in first place or second place. What do you think it would be like to have all those guys in Cincinnati?
It's going to be awesome. You know, we go feel like we play regular game, regular season game. You know, and hopefully we can go. Everybody can go to the All-Star game and enjoy that moment.
Enjoy this today, all the fans here at Wrigley. I hope to see you after the game with the Gatorade bucket.
I hope it, yes.
Not on me, okay?
No, to somebody else.
Somebody else. Hey, good luck today.
Thank you, brother.
All right, that's the Royals All-Star, Salvador Perez. When we come back, we'll take a look with Jeff Montgomery inside the tunnel up to the clubhouse. Very old here, not a lot of room. We'll give you an inside peek when we come back.
Over 100 years. It is now renovated Wrigley Field, and as we go down to Joel and Monty, there are several new features, and yet old Wrigley Field still feels like old Wrigley Field.
Well, Ryan, we'll spend a lot of time talking about the renovations to the ballpark. Now, as far as the dugout and clubhouse goes, Alex Gordon would definitely agree with the fact that there hasn't been a lot of work on that. Tight quarters, right?
Tight quarters, not a lot of the modern amenities that players nowadays are accustomed to in the newer ballparks and the newer clubhouses.
So let's take a little tour. We'll show you behind the scenes here, give you an idea. I mean, a lot of the newer clubhouses, it's a quick walk right up, and you kind of get whatever you need all game long. And then if you have a little emergency, usually there's privacy, right?
Well, occasionally nature does call, and here at Wrigleyville, we do have an opportunity for a very unprivate urinal.
That's just beautiful. Okay, let's keep on moving. So, you know, if nature calls at Wrigley Field. Now, one thing that we notice here, kind of dark and dreary and a nice quick walk.
It's not a nice quick walk, and there's not a shortcut to the clubhouse, so you have to find your way around.
All right, so we got a lot of bags and that type of stuff up here. But there aren't a lot of places, too. I mean, it's a really small clubhouse. Again, this is 101 years old. To go and hide, right? I mean, if you're a closer and you're coming into the game late, where are you going?
There's only one place to go. You can go from the clubhouse through the dugout, and then you got to go to the right field line where the bullpens are.
Okay, so are we there yet?
We're still not there. A few more twists and turns to go.
Okay, so we'll keep on rolling here, and kudos to our cameraman, John, who is doing great work in getting us there, trying to navigate these hallways. Okay, now this is it, right?
We're not there yet. We're still working on our cardio for the day.
There is a lot of cardio, whether you're a player or a broadcaster in this place, and now we are going uphill.
Going uphill again, looking for another turn, and around this turn we might see Salvador.
Look who it is. It's Salvador Perez.
Salvy's getting ready for the game.
Long walk, Salvy, long walk.
Long walk, Poppy.
Long walk, Poppy. All right, so Salvy's getting ready to head out there. Let's take a look. Final stretch here. Now are we almost there?
We're about 3/4 of the way there, but still have a ways to go.
You have to do a little bit of work to get there. Excuse us, Tim Collins. We got to try to stay out of these guys' way a little bit. They are trying to work. Okay, last leg. What do we got here?
Last leg, we have that last bit of cardio. You got to dig down deep. Got some stairs now.
All right, so we will head up the stairs. Say hi to Mike Swanson. Hi, Swanee. Working hard, as always, Royals Vice President. Okay, so we head up the stairs, and now what do you notice?
Well, I noticed the smell of deep dish Chicago-style pizza.
So you're happy?
I'm very happy. We're right above the concourse.
The clubhouse is right at the end. We won't bring you in there. That's off limits at this point. But we can show you from a perspective that while it's a little bit of work for the players, the fans absolutely love it here. So show them a peek behind the curtain.
We're going to go right behind the curtain here and just see what everyone has the opportunity to experience when they're at Wrigley Field.
Guys, Monty can bring you up some of that deep dish pizza or Chicago hot dogs anytime. First pitch, hopefully coming up here in a little bit. We go back to you.
All right, guys, thank you for that behind-the-scenes tour inside the dugout in the Royals clubhouse. And on the field, it was a big day for the Royals and their fans in Game 1 on Friday. And we'll look back at that when we come back. 1-800-PICK-ATT. By Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by your Midwest Ford dealers. Visit your MidwestFordDealers.com. Royals and Cubs at Wrigley Field. The Royals hadn't been here in 14 years. And HUD, as we take a look at our AT&T U-verse rewind, it certainly didn't feel that way on Friday.
Sure didn't, especially after this ambush home run by Escobar. Greeted Arrieta, said, "You know what? We're taking the lead." And look at the fans. They were pumped. All happy to enjoy the beautiful confines of Wrigleyville. They loved it. They were entertained by that typical Royals team that they've been following the whole world's captured. But these fans are dedicated. They made their track coming up here to Chicago, and they have not been disappointed. Hopefully, they can give them the series.
We'll see a lot more jackets, long sleeves, and hats today on a cold day in Wrigley. Great day to pitch. And we'll talk about Yordano Ventura when we come back.
It is now. It's not all about hitting, although those hitters love to see the wind blowing out, but when it's blowing in, those pitchers get a grin.
Our T-Mobile game changer, Yordano Ventura. He has pitched well in his short career against the National League.
And he expects the same. On cold days, what pitchers have is that hard fastball and really trying to sting the hands of those hitters. Ventura possesses that, that's for sure.
Tsuyoshi Wada, a lefty, will pitch for the Chicago Cubs. The first pitch is coming up. The Royals are wearing the uniforms of the Kansas City Packers from the old Federal League. Here's their starting lineup today, presented by State Farm, and as they face the left-hander Tsuyoshi Wada, Mike Moustakas will get the day off. Christian Colon will be at third base. Eric Hosmer gets the day off. Kendrys Morales gets a start at first base.
Last day of May, it's the first time we've seen Ned Yost's lineup scramble, and I like it. It's a National League lineup. You're going to let your extras play. You're going to get some guys some rest. However, with the off day on Monday, tomorrow, that's going to give some of those guys 3 days off. So we'll see what they can do tonight, some of these extra guys.
The Cubs are wearing the uniforms of the old Chicago Whales. And they played here from 1914 until 1915, and the Cubs took over here at then Cubs Park. And here are the Cubs defensively, 41 errors. They had 2 big errors in the game on Friday. That's the second most errors in the National League.
Cubs manager Joe Maddon was asked before the game, what are you going to do about the errors? Joe Maddon said, wait a couple of years, they'll be better.
So some nice throwback uniforms there. This was prior to the stirrup socks.
Those are cool. I absolutely love them. Now the shoes, those are a little bit different now with the white bottoms like that. You certainly are a flashy runner. See that white showing.
Alcides Escobar again swinging at the first pitch. This time he makes out. He homered to left field on the first pitch from Jake Arrieta on Friday, and now Soler makes a good play coming in from right field for the out.
Not quite enough of the top of the ball. On a day like this, when the wind's blowing in and you're an offensive player, you really want to concentrate on staying on top of that ball if you can to find the holes. However, there are some guys that can power through the wind and hit a homer. But Wada, he's a kind of a finesse lefty, going to try to keep the ball down on the ground, but that wind right there will hold that ball in.
Omar Infante bats second today. And Wada hits the outside for strike one.
Infante is a really good number 2 guy because he likes the fastball and he has the ability to go to the opposite field when a runner does get ahead of him. Wada's going to tease you a little bit, not overpowering. 88 to 90 on his fastball. It's a 4-seamer and it stays straight to both sides, the lefty and the righty. He will elevate that fastball, though, when he gets 2 strikes, just try to get the guy to swing and miss.
And the wind will push that well back into the lower deck. 1-2.
He's got a big overhand curve at 73 to 75 miles an hour. Kind of a get me over pitch. He'll use that first time through the order sometimes. You got a slider and a changeup, he'll work. Changeup, he wants to keep it down the way to righties. So he's got some deception in his delivery, as most Japanese-born pitchers. They're taught the art of deception before the pitch.
Hard breaking ball, and how about that? First base umpire Alfonso Marquez teasing the crowd.
Did he go? Alfonso, he raised his hand like he did, but then he went no. Alfonso's got a big jawbreaker in his mouth.
Just foul at the left field line. Tsuyoshi Wada, like most pitchers coming over from Japan, has already had a long career even before he got here. He pitched 9 seasons in Japan. First signed with the Orioles and didn't pitch for them. He had Tommy John surgery. Wind will push that ball out of play. And there are some very good players in Japan and good pitchers. The problem that they're having in the major leagues is that by the time the top Japanese pitchers get here, they pitch 7, 8, 9, sometimes 10 years in Japan, and a lot of those guys are breaking down once they get over here. And Wada had the same thing happen to him back in 2012. Yu Darvish went down for the Rangers this year with Tommy John surgery. Look at the win. Grab that. And Castro, who was out on the outfield grass, has to sprint almost to the infield grass to make the play on Infante.
Yeah, you talked about this in our open, Rhino, about the differences in the ballpark with the wind blowing out and blowing in. Now look at this. This is a guy who has played here for the last 5 years. I mean, he should know something about that wind, but heck, it looked like he was a first-year guy here, first game. This will be a tester, and this could be a difference maker in who wins this game. Who can play the better wind?
Right out of the north. So straight in from left field. 47 degrees, but with that wind, it feels a lot colder than that. As Kane fouls it away. Ned Yost was telling a story before the game today. Greg Maddux, of course, started his career with the Cubs. Then he signed with the Braves, and as fate would have it, his Braves debut was here on a day just like this. And they were going over the scouting reports and their plan for the game beforehand. And Greg Maddux just kind of stopped everything and told Javi Lopez, the Braves catcher, listen, we're going to throw the ball right down the middle of the plate today and try and get them to hit the ball to left field and left center into this wind. And he knew better than anybody else because he had pitched here.
There's the elevated four-seamer with 2 strikes.
3 up, 3 down for the Royals against Wada. Wrigley Field. The Royals will make up yesterday's rainout in late September when they're back here in Chicago to play the White Sox. Here's the Cubs lineup tonight against Giordano Ventura. The Cubs hit for power. They also walk a lot. They have the second most walks in the National League, but the Royals holding the Cubs to just 4 runs on Friday, and they only walked 2 in that game. Here's Giordano Ventura in the driver's seat, presented by Kia.
Ventura has only walked 2 batters in his last 2 starts, so that's good. He wants to throw strikes just like you talked about towards the end of the last inning, Rhino. Challenge the hitters, let them see how far they can hit it if they can catch it. And they're going to see plenty of those. Mid to upper 90s with that fastball. Got some good movement on it, and also that overhand curve is Doc Gooden like a hammer. It's a good curveball changeup too. Changeup's got a very effective. He's polished. If he can just locate like he is so far in the 2 pitches, the Cubs are in trouble.
There's a breaking ball. What's the old saying, Hud? Good morning, good afternoon, good night.
And I like to say, you got to go. There it is. He threw a nice little sample size of everything to Fowler except the changeup. Didn't need it. Ooh, that's a beauty. Remember, the wind's blowing against Ventura, so really it's not wind that's helping him catch the seams and make that ball break like that. He's throwing it into the or against the or into the wind. No, he's with
the wind.
That's what I'm saying.
And you would think that that's what a pitcher would want. They would want the wind at their back to help push the ball to home plate, but most pitchers would prefer to pitch into the wind. You're going to get better movement that way. Like the breaking ball, as Hud pointed out, knuckleball pitchers definitely want to be pitching into the wind. The few that exist. The ball landed on the roof of the right field grandstand.
Reminds me of minor league days when those primitive ballparks, they were all old back then when I was there, and they would always roll off the roof down into the stands. But they have a gutter here at Wrigley and caught it.
With the count 0-2, Chris Bryant whacks it into left field. He takes a wide turn and wisely holds with a one-out single. We'll look at the Royals defensively today, presented by Ford. And while the Cubs committed 2 critical errors on Friday, it was another errorless game for KC as Kendrys Morales gets his first start at first base.
Tough day on defense. It will be. It's cold, and when it's cold, the leather's hard on your glove. So sometimes, you know, you'll have an issue where your ball might pop out, but not Morales. Very good hands. He's smooth around the bag. Shouldn't be an issue for him. He's got some experience over there.
Anthony Rizzo, the Royals kept him quiet on Friday. 1 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. The Cubs strike out a lot, and that's what they did on Friday. Royals struck out 15 in the 9 innings, including a season high by Edinson Volquez. Rizzo also has a very good eye, among the league leaders in walks and on base percentage. Ooh, just a little bit outside, according to Bruce Dreckman, the home plate umpire.
Ventura has induced 5 ground ball double plays so far this year. Think anybody from the Cubs will try to run on it?
Morales, nice pick. The feed was not great, but Escobar bails him out and was able to keep his foot on the bag. 2 down. Escobar smiling as he caught that ball literally with the palm of his hand.
Well, he's got the right attitude, because these guys know today is unlike any other day. It'll be a challenge. Talked about his soft hands. There they are right now. He's got sweet hands. Escobar, obviously with sweet feet to go with those hands, is able to stay on the bag. Yeah, he just picked it naturally. The ball got away, but Esky transferred his feet. And they're having fun. Hey, I told you how hard that leather is. It's a tough day for defense to try to catch that ball.
Starlin Castro will send that one to the crowd off to the first base side. He was 1 for 4 on Friday with a run scored, and he batted cleanup that game, and that's where he bats again today for Joe Madden. One and one. On the ground to Escobar. He'll go the short way, and that's that for the Cubs/Whales against the Royals/Packers. No score at the end of 1. using that to block the wind today.
50th birthdays. Very special.
Remember, the 2015 MLB All-Star voting is well underway. The Royals are in great shape so far. Go to Royals.com/vote right now. All voting is online this year. You can vote up to 35 times on the exclusive Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot. Right now, Kendrys Morales could use your votes. He is currently second among designated hitters, although today he plays at first base. No DH in the National League parks.
I guarantee you talk to him on Tuesday when we get to the ballpark. If he enjoyed his day playing on both sides, he'll tell you absolutely loved it. He says that's baseball. It's hard playing. You're just the hitter only. You can't go out and help the team on defense. I mean, he already helped the team. That was a nice pick. That ball gets by him. It's first and third. Get the second and third there. Made a nice defensive play already.
Climbing the ladder on 0-2, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That ball could have easily hopped under or over his glove. Soft hands, though. He's able to judge it perfectly. And look at Escobar, how he held on to that ball. It was right in his palm.
2-2.
And he's making sure to show that off, because not very many times can a guy hold that like that and catch it there. That's tough. That ball, it almost popped out of there.
But it makes me think of the theme of today's game. The Federal League, the Kansas City Packers, and the Chicago Whales, and those gloves that you really, I mean, that's how you would catch a ball like that. It hit that big pillow-like glove, and then you had to secure it with your throwing hand.
You're exactly right. Those gloves then, they didn't have pockets. They were 5-finger baseball gloves. Boy, man, would those players from that era really love this modern day glove.
That's where the genesis of catching the ball with 2 hands comes from. You really needed that second hand. Up the middle, Castro cuts it off and gets Morales 1 down. When this ballpark opened, it was known as Weigman Park, named after the owner of the Chicago Whales, Charles Weigman. The Federal League folded after 2 years. And then that's when William Wrigley, he was the chewing gum manufacturer, he bought the Cubs, and the team moved here in 1916. It was Cubs Park for a while. In 1926, the ballpark was named Wrigley Field. (2-0) on Alex Gordon.
What a first time through the order. Likes to throw a lot of fastballs and sliders. He likes to save his other secondary pitches, his changeup, for like later, second or third time through the order. But you can pick out a piece of cheese because he's bringing it. He's challenging him. Alex trying to go the other way with that pitch. But he's smart. Most starting pitchers, they don't want to show you all of their pitches early if they don't have to. We'll have to break down his windup here in a little bit. I mean, it's over the head. Now he pauses, he kicks his leg. Tester, that could fall.
And it does, with 2 Cubs in pursuit, and Alex has a hustling double.
Can't give up on any ball hit here in the air, especially like that one. Wintertime conditions can be extremely difficult for defenders to try to make plays just as routine as that. Castro, the shortstop, he started out heading towards straightaway left field, and then he had to button hook around the left side. Alex was even thinking, what's that going to do? But thankfully he was running.
Salvador Perez with a runner at second, 1 out. Sal hit his 6th home run on Friday. this ballpark is affected by the wind probably, and I think most people would agree, more than any other ballpark in the major leagues, just simply by the construction of the ballpark. There is no second deck in the outfield. There is no area from foul pole to stop that wind. Now that new video board has changed the wind current some, because that didn't used to be there, but there is nothing to stop that strong north wind coming in off of Lake Michigan. That ball's just a little bit inside. 2-1.
What right-handed batter is going to show some extreme strength today and cut through the wind for a homer? You're really impressive if you can hit a homer from the right side today with that wind gushing in. There's been some guys that could do it. Watta's given up 1 to a righty this year so far. You're better off really just trying to shorten up your stroke and going the other way. Salvi can do that. Look at those numbers. Impressive. He can back that up. Runners in scoring position, hardly any better.
Royals are the only team that have 3 hitters at .396 or better with runners in scoring position. And a play.
Scouting report on Wada tells me that sometimes with runners in scoring position he gets a little nervous. He'll pause his delivery. He'll take a lot more extra time, and you can get to him. He sometimes shows a little bit of nerves, so why not get to him early first time with a runner in scoring position?
Playing off the pitch, down and in, 3-2.
3-2 doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a fastball. A lot of Japanese pitchers and a lot of American pitchers will pitch you backwards in a fastball count. They'll throw a changeup. Might try to trick him here.
Squirted off the end of the bat. Rizzo to Wada, 2 down, and Gordon goes to third.
I think he pulled a string on him there.
Yeah, that swing by Sal looked like he was trying to pull that ball, thinking it was going to be inside on him and with more velocity. And there's a little extra round of applause as Alex Rios is introduced. A lot of Royals fans again here today.
We're in an away ballpark. You would never ever get a response like that, except for here in this particular last weekend of May.
Breaking ball in for a strike. It was April 13th, Minnesota Twins home opener, and Rios was hit by J.R. Graham of the Minnesota Twins on his left hand. He ended up being out about 6.5 weeks. 1-1.
Before he left, he was hitting .333 with a runner in scoring position, though. He'll take it. 3 for 5. He's got him a ding dong. How about a lousy single? Your first appearance back.
1-2. That's the right hat on a day like today. Montero wants this pitch up.
Likes to elevate with 2 strikes, and he's already shown it.
And on a day like today, you don't have to worry about missing your spot up as you would on other days. That ball is out of play.
Okay, I scored at third base. He's got some pretty good ideas there. You see how far off Bryant, the third baseman, is? You can walk all the way down here and get a good initial lead. And then, if he doesn't pay you any attention, you time him. Try to steal home. Straight steal. We've seen it before. Mike Sweeney can do it. Alex Gordon can. It's all in the takeaway, though.
Plus, he's got the wind at his back.
That's right. He's just trying to trick him. He's trying to get as big initial lead as you possibly can without drawing attention to yourself. And then take a couple more steps, and the minute that pitcher lifts his leg, you're off.
Off the end of the bat and caught. Running play by Coughlin coming up. A 24-pitch inning for Wada, and the Royals strand Gordon at third base. Streaming sports service. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live or on demand in HD with highlights, live look-ins, and pitch tracking. Every night on every device. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details.
Now, those Royals fans, when they got their tickets several months ago, were expecting a wonderful weekend in Chicago. Weather, hot, and no one was even thinking about a jacket.
Morales in and out of his glove. Still has plenty of time to get it to Ventura. And the slow-footed Miguel Montero is out.
Well, talked about how cold the gloves are. The leather is cold. When initially the ball's going to fall out of there. Today's the day. Look how Morales recovered and on the run through an overhand toss to Ventura. Athletically. Talked about his footwork and, and how agile he is at first base. There's another good sample. Second inning, we've seen two good plays out of Morales already. This is the day players put pine tar in their gloves. Help the ball stick in there. Position players.
Fouled away by Soler.
But most guys have a gamer, their game glove they use only in the game. And then they'll practice during batting practice with their second or third glove. So when you put pine tar in your game glove, it can ruin it. It can dry it out and make it crack. So you got to be careful. You don't want to put too much of it in there if it's going to be your gamer all year. Those things are like a carpenter's tools are for him. They're very important. That's how he makes his living.
Two and one on Soler.
You see him, they're going to blow in the glove. Anything to kind of keep the hands warm. Hand warmers in the back pockets. Those all work. Hard to believe on May 31st we'd have a day like this.
as well out of play.
Yeah, it's as many foul balls as we've seen. Of course, power pitcher, you're going to see a lot of those because guys can't barrel it up. It comes so fast. The players now, they're starting to realize any pop-ups are in the stands that are on the right side here. It's the ones down the left field line. We saw Alex get that double on. Ooh, will that stay fair? No. Regular day it would have. So, you know, this is just all the conditions that we're talking about here pertain to baseball and outdoor sport with a ball.
How about those gloves? There you go. That's a glove. Look at those things.
5-finger gloves. Or has that got 4? Beautiful.
Soler hit a big home run for the Cubs on Friday. The Royals at one point had a 4-1 lead, and Soler with the count 3-0 against Edinson Volquez hit a 2-run home run that knocked Volquez out of the game. Kane got some help from the wind there. Boy, it just put the blocks on that fly ball to center field. 2 down.
Well, there's a great example. I knew it'd just be a matter of time before we see a ball that was crushed in the daytime was long gone. And you could tell by the way Kane turned and ran. Watch Lorenzo Kane. He'll tell you how hard it's hit. Woo, 25 hard steps. That ball was heading somewhere until it got up in that wind tunnel.
And Lorenzo smiled immediately.
It's a big hang with him.
Two down to Chris Coghlan, former National League Rookie of the Year with the Florida Marlins.
Free and easy. Cubs broadcaster now for the 3rd or 4th year. I'm not sure how long Jimmy DeShays has been over there. He asked me about Ventura. He'd never had a chance to see him pitch before, and I told him, you know, the thing about him, Jimmy, you've seen a lot of pitching. It's just free and easy how it comes out of his hand. Very little body aggressiveness. You know, he has to really rear back and fire it. He's very smooth. And he goes, "Who's he like, Hut?" And I go, "Well, you know, of course, all the Latin players love Pedro, and they should. But he reminds me of Doc Gooden. Dwight Gooden had a nice big curveball over the top like Ventura. That smooth delivery.
That ball's hit hard. Lorenzo just misses it, and he'll cut it off before it gets to the ivy and hold Coghlan to a 2-out double.
Nice stroke. He caught this fastball. He got it, no question. Good, easy, short, compact swing. 95, Lorenzo Kane. Thought he might have left his feet for it, but he didn't think he could have caught it. Obviously, he wouldn't have left his feet. But keep in mind, the 2 games, Friday game and this game, there was no batting practice on the field, so it's really been at a disadvantage to the Royals, who haven't played here before. None of these guys. So, you know, Lorenzo Kane's experiencing some things he's never experienced before with the wind and everything here. Typically, when you have batting practice, you can go out and you can test the ball, and you know, you can see if your guys hit them, and you have a better gauge. But these guys are just going on all athletic instincts, which is a good thing.
He didn't have a great swing there, but Wada, they say, can swing the bat. He's not your typical near automatic out.
Has a chance to help himself right here. Stay with it.
Rios is there, and that's the inning. A 2-out double for Coghlan. He is stranded against Ventura. No score at the end of 2. On Wednesday, it's another student night and local music showcase presented by Inc. Magazine. You can mingle with friends and enjoy food and drink specials exclusively for students in the outfield experience while listening to live music from local Kansas City bands. The next student night is this Wednesday against the Indians, featuring music. You ready for this, Hud?
All right.
The name of the group? Not a Planet.
Sweet. Somebody
that has to be named after you.
Somebody else gets it.
Well, I don't know if somebody else gets it. I think that's just named. That has to be.
No.
We have to get to the bottom of that. Like a group from Kansas City called Not a Planet. Don't forget those student tickets are just $8. You can get them at the box office or Royals.com/student night.
They'll be good. I'm going to go listen to it.
Christian Colon at third base today against the lefty Tsuyoshi Wada. As Hud pointed out, if Ned Yost could stay away from his bench today, that would mean that Eric Hosmer and Mike Moustakas could essentially get 3 days off with the rain out yesterday, not in the lineup today, an off day tomorrow. Can you say that about healthy players in the middle of the season?
What's interesting to me is the makeup date from yesterday's postponement. That'll be a critical game. You can almost guarantee it. Could be Cubs critical, Royals critical. That time of the season, late September. Man, I was elated when I heard that we were coming back here, especially for that.
Times out perfectly for the Royals because the very next game after the 28th is against the White Sox. It is a night game instead of a day game, which doesn't make any difference to the Royals because they will stay here. But the Cubs then will travel to Cincinnati. So they'll be getting to Cincinnati in the middle of the night. The Royals will just take the bus back to their hotel and rest up for a series with the White Sox beginning the 29th. Royals finish the year in Minnesota.
As far as travel goes, it'll affect the Cubs worse. One more.
Oh, that's ace hit to left for Christian Colon. Leadoff man on for either team for the first time today.
Christian Colon. How valuable is he? 24th, 25th men on Ned's roster, even the 26th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, and 30th guy that are all in Omaha will all contribute to a championship season. You're only as good as your 24th and 25th player, and Colon could fill in any of the infield spots on the diamond. Probably could play some left field if you needed him to, but he can do a lot of good things for you.
Ventura is going to try and bunt and get Colon to second base.
Look at that. He just looked like he wanted to swing the bat. He looked into the dugout and said, let me swing. And I don't blame him. Sometimes it's harder to bunt than it is to get a hit by swinging. And he is registered in the Major League book as getting a base hit. That's May 5th. Swing it. Sometimes, you know, when pitchers don't hit all that often, you worry about their hands. You worry about them bunting. You worry about them getting hit by a pitch on the hand. So, you know, some managers will say, you know, I just don't want you to swing the bat at all, or just take a chance and get the base hit. But be careful with your hands. Keep your fingers, especially for a right-handed batter. It's a pitcher. That right hand is up on top of that knob, up on the middle of that barrel, trying to get the bunt down. And if your fingers get in the way there and you get hit by that ball, you're out. I mean, out for 6 weeks, maybe. So we've got to be careful.
Run and foul. Now he'll get a chance to swing the bat.
Okay, you see the fingers. Watch those fingers. A little bit too much on the bat for my comfort. I just assume he put his fingers right behind the barrel. Get him off there. He's more valuable pitching than he is bunting the guy over. That top hand, but be careful with them fingers. See how close it is to the strike zone.
Tried to bunt with 2 strikes and fouls it away and strikes out.
And if you don't bunt with your arms extended, you can't get it down. He was trying to bunt and his arms were folded close to his body. You can't see it. Look where they are. Look at these arms. See, these arms are bent. When your arms are bent like that, you're not seeing it all the way out there. You want to be able to get your hands fully extended so you can see the pitch out in front and get it down. He'll learn that. He just doesn't have enough experience. I was saying, hey, you tried. Good job.
Alcides Escobar in both games of the series has swung at the first pitch of the game. On Friday he homered. Today he lined out to right. Soler made a nice running play.
Watching Wada, he's showing the Royals offense some different arm angles. He's not just high 3/4 like the scouting report says. That was low 3/4. That arm angle. The art of deception. That's what they teach pitchers who pitch in Japan. God was blessed to play a whole season there. I saw all the split fingers, shoot those, all the pitches that they've ever invented. They just don't throw as hard. They're all the more finesse pitchers. They try to trick you. They're not going to try to blow you away.
Two on Escobar.
Brian, how old were you when your dad was over there managing, playing?
1 through 5.
Okay, so you didn't really get to experience at that particular age.
No, I used to chart the pitches when I was over there.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go.
My little kitty clipboard out. And
yeah. No wonder you're so knowledgeable on all that. But it's a good experience for you that you remember?
I do. I remember the food. I remember taking your shoes off every time you went into a building. Sitting on the tatami mats before meals.
You got it.
And the atmosphere at the ballpark's much more like a college football game than a Major League Baseball game.
Yeah, we showed some band members here at Wrigley. Had their instruments, and I'm not sure whereabouts they were in the ballpark, but in Japan they all sit in left field and they have a big band. It's almost like a college football game, and they play constant music the whole game. There they are. So Wada would be at home if those guys were in left field playing right now in the game.
Third strikeout for Wada. So after the leadoff single from Cologne, Wada has back-to-back strikeouts.
Again, 2 strikes, high fastball. That's got to get around in that Royals dugout over there. He's going to try to get you out of the strike zone. He lives on a hitter's aggression. Try to get you to swing out of the zone.
Cologne runs, and that's stopped by Bryant with a dive and throws out Omar Infante. So a leadoff single. Cologne never gets to second. No score to the bottom of the third.
around third. The relay. He is. Cubs win the division. Cubs win the division.
The one and only, the late Harry Caray, although his presence is still felt here. There is a caricature of him above the Cubs TV booth, and per his tradition during the 7th inning stretch, "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" is performed by somebody in his booth. It was Harry Caray when he was here, but the tradition has been passed on. Local celebrities will come up and sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" from the Cubs television booth just to our right. Now that's Len Casper. You see that pane of glass right there? I have a Harry Caray story. It was either 1992 or 1993. Escobar, good play to the middle, and he'll throw out Addison Russell. My dad was managing the Cubs, and I was visiting him, and I was in school majoring in broadcasting, and so my dad thought it would be a great thrill for me during the game. There was no room in the dugout to come up and sit with Harry Caray, Steve Stone, Tom Brenneman. They were the broadcast team. So of course, as a classy college kid, I showed up in shorts, a bad sweaty t-shirt, and an ugly fluorescent yellow Milwaukee's Best hat on, and I hadn't shaved in about 4 days. So I'm down in the booth, I'm talking to Steve Stone, just having a thrill, and here comes Harry Caray about 12:30 for a 1 o'clock game, and I mean, it was just like on the air. "Hey, how's everybody doing? Who are we playing today?" And so they're getting ready to tape their open live on WGN. That was national TV. So I'm standing behind that pane of glass, and Harry and Steve are doing the open, and right in the middle of the open on WGN TV, Harry grabs me by this stinky t-shirt and he pulls me on air, and he says, "This young man is Ryan Lefebvre." I was behind that glass. He pulled me to where Len is sitting. "Ryan Lefebvre, son of Cubs manager Jim Lefebvre." So there I am with my fluorescent yellow Milwaukee Best hat on in front of the whole world.
I wish we had that.
And he asked me what I thought about Wrigley Field in Chicago. That tape, it has to be somewhere. And thankfully that was before cell phones, or at least texting on cell phones. I'm sure my phone would have blown up. Right center field and into a crosswind, and Alex Rios will make the play for the second out. So that was my my Harry Caray experience.
Great story.
Never forget. Let's bring in Joel, who spent
loved it
a big chunk of his childhood here in Chicago, and probably saw and heard a lot of Harry Caray.
Saw and heard a lot of Harry Caray. My friends hated me because I moved from Philadelphia, and they were in the same division at that point, Phillies and Cubs. So all my friends in high school were Cubs fans, and I was anti-Cub, but always loved coming to the ballpark. Was talking today to Brian Bernardino, Wrigley Field historian for 18 years. He pulled me aside and he said, "I got to tell you, I have met more Royals fans this weekend. They travel better than any group that has ever come in here of any fan base." He said,
"Even the Cardinals."
What did he mean by that? You travel more.
Well, you see the amount of people here?
I mean, in volume. Yeah, but also I heard behavior. Wonderful.
Well, and he also said that. He said, what a great group of fans and people, and so complimentary and so nice. And he said, it's just been so cool to see, as you always expect in baseball, dads bringing their sons, moms bringing their daughters, the family event that we are seeing here. He said, he described the fans as wonderful. He said, I got here yesterday morning at 6:15 for work. Now remember, yesterday was supposed to be a night game, right? At 6 o'clock? At 7:15, there were Royals fans showing up wanting tours of the ballpark. And he just couldn't rave enough about how incredible Royals fans have been. I thought that was pretty cool. He pulled me aside, saw me going out there to, talk to some people with the camera, and recognized that I was with the Royals broadcast team, and just really wanted to pass that along.
Hey, there's that bus. Fox Sports Kansas City. Gotta love them representing in the Negro League gathering. Came on that bus,
they had a
right?
little barnstorming tour. Bob Kendrick saw them kind of in the background there, and they're here, Ernie Banks, Negro Leagues, and having a great time.
3 up, 3 down for Ventura. And he strikes out Bryant for his second strikeout of the day. Alex Gordon are coming up in the 4th. Lorenzo is our most trusted player, brought to you by the most trusted brand, Honda. He had a big game on Friday against the Cubs with 3 hits, a walk, big RBI double in the Royals' 3-run 8th inning. Also had a stolen base. He had been 0 for 8 and without an RBI for well over a week before driving in that big run in the 8th inning. Wada struck him out in the 1st inning, and Wada flips in a curve for strike 1.
Talk to Lorenzo about how that felt, that ball off the bat to center. He said it's the best feeling. You can't feel it hardly. If that makes sense, but it's right. When you square up a ball straight away center field like that, it's not a better feeling for a hitter.
Also coming up during the next homestand, we'll have our next T-shirt Tuesday. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Forever Royals shirt presented by Hy-Vee. That's game 1 of 3 with the Cleveland Indians. The gates will open at 5:30, so get there early for your T-shirt. Royals.com/T-shirt Tuesday or 1-800-6-ROYALS. T-shirt Tuesday on Tuesday, student night on Wednesday. The Indians first for 3 games, and then next weekend the Texas Rangers. Morales hits it a mile and hit that ball out of the ballpark. He does. He hits it on the roof.
Love to see Morales try to barrel one up here. 386 left center. There it is. Finally came out. The ball. It surfaced. Like to see him see it if he can do it.
Wada got him on a ground ball to short in the 2nd inning.
You know, if you're a pitcher on a cold day like this, and you know that you got a fastball you can run in on his hand, you're looking at that guy. Do you want to throw him a pitch out over the middle of the plate? Look at how buffed he is. He looks like he's going to mash one. No sleeves. But he's selective. I love how Morales just steps out, takes 1 foot, and he steps out of the batter's box. His bat on his shoulder, just stands there. He waits. He waits for the pitcher. There's not a lot of movement from him in between pitches.
That's ruled a swing by Bruce Dreckman. And Morales strikes out. That's 4 for Wada. 2 down in the 4th.
Here's what hitters are seeing. Watch it. Pause is right here. It's a little pause there. Kick a little foot out. A little distraction with the foot. Sneaky quick. That fastball sneaks up on you.
Royals have 2 hits so far. Alex Gordon had the first with a 1-out double in the 2nd inning, which is knocked down by the wind, and neither Coghlan coming in from left or Castro going out from short could get it.
Low scoring game coming. It's who blinks first, like what Madden said. It's going to be a strategic game. Hit and run. We saw Ned Yost try that earlier. He tried a little hit and run that last inning. Little things to try to find a way to scrap a run across. That's the way this game looks like it's going to unfold. Who can get the timely hit? Who drops the ball? Well, it's going to be one of those kind of games. Get him over, get him in.
Alex is 1 RBI shy of 500 for his career.
Wada relies on hitters chasing. He doesn't want to give them one pitch down the middle. And if he feels that offense is swinging at those pitches out of the zone, he's going to keep throwing there.
Ouch.
Perfect spot
on a day like
for
today.
Wada, but yeah, that hurt. But look at it, not showing one sign of that. That's good. You don't want to let that pitcher think he stung your hands. Really good spot. Look how far that was off the plate, 3-2. He's trying to get them to swing at a pitch. It's not a good hitting pitch. That's the art of pitching. He's facing the best hitting offense in the American League. Another off-speed pitch coming.
Alex lays off it for a walk. That's Wada's first.
You can't blame Wada and Montero. Look where this is. Okay. He wasn't going to make a mistake. It's a 3-2 changeup. And he wasn't going to leave it belt high so he could pound him somewhere. He tried to get him to swing. Alex didn't budge.
Off the end of the bat. And right to Fowler for a scoreless 4th inning.
Report takes a look at a player the Royals would have seen on their next road trip in Milwaukee. Chris Davis, who had 22 home runs last year, heads to the DL with torn meniscus in his right knee. Return to be determined after he has surgery. Been a rough year for the Brewers, and injuries might be a reason for it. He is the 5th guy of 8 opening day starters to have spent time on the disabled list. All 8 of those players have missed at least 1 game with injury, due to injury. And Will Smith, the former Royal, is waiting on his 8-game suspension. And for that foreign substance that he had in a game recently, that appeal is expected to be heard tomorrow. So we may see Will Smith, we may not. Been a rough year for the Brewers. 2 games in Milwaukee, middle of June, followed by 2 games at Kauffman Stadium against the Brewers.
1-1 on Anthony Rizzo. The Brewers have lost 7 in a row, 9 of 10, and they have the worst record in the major leagues. Already made a managerial change. Changeup is outside. 2-1 on Rizzo. Rizzo reached on a fielder's choice in the first inning, 0 for 1.
With the struggles, Ryan, that they are having in Milwaukee, I can guarantee you at this point, all the attention up there is on the Green Bay Packers. We've got the Kansas City Packers playing here today. The Green Bay Packers will be playing the Kansas City Chiefs on September 28th, which is the next time the Royals will be here at Wrigley.
Rizzo is out in KC or Lambeau Field?
Lambeau Field. It'll be a busy television night because who knows? We know Chiefs football, Monday Night Football, that'll obviously be a big attraction, certainly up there. But 2 of really the greatest venues, in my opinion, in sports around the world will be involving both Kansas City teams, and maybe the Royals, maybe that's a clinching night for them. We could see the Royals clinch some form of a playoff berth or a division title if things go the way they expect them to in Chicago for a 2nd straight year. The question is where.
Or they could have it already clinched.
That'd be a heck of a lead because they'll play their last 7 games on the road. They'll play here on the 28th and then on the other side of town 3 games against the White Sox, and then the Royals finish up in Minnesota this year, October 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
I wonder how many teams in history have gone from playing, there's probably been some, but gone from playing the Cubs to the White Sox in back-to-back days.
It's happened. It's happened, I think, at least 1 team a year, it seems like. Will spend a week in Chicago. They play the Cubs in interleague play, then the White Sox, or vice versa. And, of course, the same thing could happen in New York, too. They play the Mets one series, Yankees the next, going from intra to interleague.
And San Francisco, Oakland.
Right.
But I don't think, at least in my 8 years, it hasn't happened with us.
Nope, it's one of the first things we check when the schedule comes out. Nice big hop for Escobar. He'll take care of the Cubs shortstop Castro. 2 down.
But isn't that part of the beauty of interleague play, even though it was supposed to be designed that way back in '97, his first year? Look, these fans are getting to come to different ballparks. A lot of these folks from Kansas City never been to Wrigley Field. I think that was the original part of Bud Selig's plan, to share the game with the people, let them all see different stadiums and stuff. And I think it's accomplished that.
I would love to see a lot of the Royals fans that had tickets yesterday. Now, I understand people have jobs to go to, people have things going on, be able to come back and maybe just see the difference, and it really is different. Wrigley Field, U.S. Cellular Field, just completely different baseball experience. Be able to go to both of those games back to back.
Why not just make your plans now, fans? Look, you know it's going to be good. It's that last week of the season. Rhino just told you where we're going, and Chicago is going to be rocking.
Just send a note to your boss that says HUD said it's okay.
That's right. We want you here. Look at that action. Woohoo! That's right. Good stuff, Ventura. Got some good stuff here today.
Wayne among those players is 0 for 2. You can play fantasy baseball for free at the official partner of Major League Baseball. Go to DraftKings.com, enter the promo code BRoyal. I always like to see that old scorecard sold to the fans here, keeping score at the game.
Gotta love it.
Time was you'd have thousands of fans doing that. And the old manual scoreboard, one of the many trademarks of Wrigley Field, above the bleachers in center.
When did you keep score your first baseball game?
Gosh, I have no idea.
Yeah, because you know you're really good at it. Our partner Denny's good at it. I mean, he's excellent. And for me, I never kept score my entire life until after I was 38 years old and I became a broadcaster next to Fizz. I never kept score. I didn't know how to do it. But I'm learning so much from watching you guys and how you do it. But everyone does it differently, right? There's not one way to keep score.
Right. I think the numbers are all the same on everybody's scorebook, but you know how they use the numbers, how they show base runners, how they show runs scored, RBIs, home runs. Steve Stewart, who works for the Royals radio network and does the games when Denny's on the road, he has a bunch of different colored highlighters that he uses for home runs and runs scored and RBIs. Yeah, you could take 100 scorecards, different scorecards from 100 different fans or broadcasters, and no two would be alike. There's Steve Stewart. Smart man up there. He's in the booth with the windows closed. That wind blowing straight in. Castro calls out Bryant. Christian Colon is 1 for 2. That's not the place to hit the ball today. To hit the ball on the ground. The only chance for a home run, I guess, would be something that was hit low, and you'd want to hit it out toward that scoreboard in left field, where that might be cut down by the, would cut down the wind. Otherwise, anything hit high in the air today has no chance of going out.
Feels pretty comfortable standing there, just kind of like watching it, not going to swing at all. Oh, watch out.
Well, he at least wanted Wada to think he wasn't going to swing, and
look at him.
winds up, man.
He was just a little tardy on that.
He's got more of a wind up as a hitter than he does as a pitcher.
Look at 2 strikes now. He was ready. He had a little bend to his knee there. He looked like he wanted to hit. He can hit. He can swing the bat. You can tell. His first time up in San Diego last year, he got the knock. He looked good. Oh,
soft liner out to Russell to end the inning. Very little offense today at Wrigley Field. line with rapid pickup at delivery.panerabread.com. And by Ram. Come discover great deals during the Ram Drive and Discover event. Well, we expected pitching to dominate today with that wind blasting in from left field, and in 4.5 innings we've only seen 4 hits. Giordano Ventura is on a roll as he gets ready for the bottom of the 5th inning. He's knocked down the last 7 Cubs and 11 of the last 12. Jorge Soler has one of the hardest hit balls for Chicago today, but he hit it into the wind into center field and ended up being somewhat routine for Lorenzo Cain.
But was a bolt, a lightning bolt off of his bat. That ball was stung and hit hard. Minute contacts made like that sitting up here behind the screen, up here in the broadcast booth, I look at the fielder right away, and the fielder will tell you, because he can see it, how hard it was struck. Whether he coast after it or for whether he takes off, and Lorenzo took off like it was on the line. I bet we see Moose sometime later in this game coming off the bench.
Greg Yost has Eric Hosmer, Mike Moustakas available as left-hand bats. Gerard Dyson as a pinch runner. And who knows, that might be a big play today, just getting somebody into scoring position.
Now Ventura, he's cruising. You couldn't possibly think about getting him out of the game. But you know, as we get on later in the game and it's still 0-0, you're going to need some offense at some point. Ned's going to have to make a move. But you saw Moose, he just walked by the batters, the batters, and pulled out his bat. Okay, now he's looking for some pine tar. This is the time a hitter in the National League starts getting ready, a pinch hitter off the bench. You have the first 5 innings to goof around, whatever you're going to do on the bench. And then when the 5th inning comes, that's when you start thinking about hitting. And look, Moose is right on cue. He's starting to get ready, 5th inning, because pitcher's turn could be coming up, and he wants to be ready when he's called on. That's the life of a bench player. Got to be ready when the skipper calls you.
.98 miles an hour. 4 strikeouts for Giordano Ventura. Now he's retired 8 straight. Thursday, June 18th, an American tradition comes to Fox and Fox Sports 1 for the first time as the greatest golfers in the world converge on the Pacific Northwest for a chance to stamp their names in the history books. Our exclusive coverage of the 115th U.S. Open Championship live from Chambers Bay Golf Course. Again, June 18th on Fox Sports 1, Fox, and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Chris Coughlin doubled to center field in the 2nd inning. Cubs have 2 hits. The Royals have 2 hits. Two and 1 on Coughlin, former first-round pick of the Marlins in 06, and then 3 years later was the National League Rookie of the Year. Career didn't quite take off like you'd expect a Rookie of the Year. He's had a good day today. And a terrible day to hit. He is 2 for 2. Both balls hit very hard, and he's on with 1 out in the 5th inning.
Guy right there looking for his pitch, and he's not missing it when he gets it. Heater inside, turned on nicely. I think Joe Madden lets Wada swing here. A lot of National League managers are going to make him bunt. Let's see. Well, he's squaring around. But talking with Joe on Friday, Joe Madden said he's not a huge advocate of his pitchers bunting. I said, how come? He said, well, you know, some guys aren't comfortable bunting. Sometimes I just assume them swing the bat, especially if they can handle it. And apparently Wada's a pretty good hitter. You told me that. His first time up, Rhino. Let's see what he does here. Now he could show it like that, a bunt, and then pull it back and then swing the bat. They call that a butcher boy or a slug bunt, because you square it early and you draw the infielders in, and then you pull the bat back and then make some contact. And a 97-mile-an-hour fastball is hard to bunt. Watch him. I bet he slashes. See, now he bats on the left side. He's left-handed, so his top hand's vulnerable.
He played in the Pacific Division. Fukuoka, was that the DH league or the pitcher hitting league?
That's the DH league.
Okay.
At least it was then. The game's changed so long since I've been there.
Well, in Japan, like the United States, now they don't have as many teams in Japan, but they have two different, instead of leagues, two different divisions, the Central Division and the Pacific Division. And like here, one league the pitcher hits and one league they have the designated hitter.
So the Central League there was like the National League here. And Wada, look at me, that's a great attempt to bunt a pitch that's thrown that hard. I can't tell you how hard that is to try to get that down. He made a nice attempt there on that. Ventura, no, look at this good style, bent knees, he's trying to, you know, keep that head in there, but that ball is coming in there. He'll try it again.
Looking down at third base coach Gary Jones, Addison Russell is on deck.
Escobar walked in from shortstop onto the grass, telling Ventura basically, come on, get him out. 3-2. Blow it by him.
Swinging, and a cracked bat, sliding play by Colon.
Ooh-wee, that jam sandwich, that hurt. Ooh, man, jam sandwich never tastes good, no matter what time of year it is, especially in the heat of the summer. But in a weather day like today, oh, he got all up in Wada's kitchen. And Wada, he's having a slow walk back to the dugout, trying to pick up his thumbs in the batter's box. Ouch.
Grown man hit that ball.
Ball's not carrying to left, is it?
No, it sure isn't. We've been telling you all day that wind is really blasting in from left field and really knocked that ball down. As it did that one by Russell. Good pitching by Yordano Ventura. One out single for the Cubs in the fifth. That's all for them. Very little offense, no score at the end of 5. Richard Johnson Jr. from Independence, Missouri. If the Royals hit a home run in this inning, Richard wins $300. That Royal will then be tested. If the Royals hit a grand slam out of the park, Richard wins $25 grand from Sonic and the Kansas City Royals.
If the Royals hit a slam for him, I'm gonna throw in some extra cake too for him. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Denny,
Today,
cake means money. Denny.
Well, I thought you said he was going to throw me out of the booth. That's where I thought you were going.
No, buddy, no. You're the best. We love your stories. We're glad you could come today.
Yeah, well, it's nice to be here on this nice frosty afternoon.
Breaking ball for a strike to Alcides Escobar. He is lined out to right, and he is struck out against Tsuyoshi Wada.
You know, part of Escobar, Denny, he walked in on the 3-2 count to Wada, to Ventura. He walked in on the grass, and I could see him pointing, and he was telling Ventura, get him out. We're going to start a rally for you next inning. Is that possible? That's what he's telling him?
Could be. You may be right on it. We've been talking about communication all day, and boy, with the wind the way it is imperative that you're communicating defensively.
Every ballpark is affected by the wind. The wind either blowing out or blowing in. I don't think there is a ballpark in baseball, though, that is one extreme to the other, like Wrigley Field, and we've seen it. Friday the wind was blowing out on a humid day. Today blowing in on a cold day. Fowler goes back, and there's the wind knocking the ball down again, and Escobar is 0 for 3.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Ryan. It's unbelievable how different the game is. Home runs on Friday, little ball and execution and moving runners is paramount today.
There are days when we're on the other side of town and the wind is blowing in off the lake and it's colder than normal, and yet U.S. Cellular Field, there is enough in the outfield to knock some of that wind down. The wind comes in, it becomes more of a swirling wind. I'm curious, after a year or so, if we're going to find out if that big video board in left field is going to affect the wind currents.
Yeah, that's a good question, and certainly the change, the renovation of Fenway Park in Boston a few years ago certainly changed the wind currents there. The winds are more effective in this ballpark because especially the outfield from foul pole to foul pole, lower profile, giving the winds more of a chance to get into the ballpark. Most of the big ballparks double deck, very high, not so much Wrigley.
Yeah, a lot of those double deck ballparks, the flags are on top of the double deck, so the flags will tell you that the wind is blowing in, but when you go way down to the field, not so much. There is no stopping that wind here. Ryan made an excellent play on Infante in the third inning. This is routine, and there are 2 down. Denny, we were talking about Harry Caray a few innings ago. We had just a classic home run call of his, and he was as much of a character as anything else by the end of his broadcasting career. But you remember him as a kid. You were a kid, not Harry Caray, listening to him doing Cardinal games where he was less of a character and really known for his play-by-play skills.
Yeah, very accurate and very excitable. He was high combustible play-by-play guy, I would describe him. But yeah, I can remember 4 or 5 years old, I was hearing him because my dad was a Cardinal fan and always had the Cardinal game on the radio in the house. So I was getting a lot of Harry Caray along with Jack Buck when I was growing up. So yeah, he was an influence, I think, in some ways, to some degree. So was Buck, and so was Jack Brickhouse, Jack Quinlan, some of the guys up here in Chicago doing the Cubs. I could listen to a Cubs game in the afternoon and listen to the Cardinals at night.
Good for you.
Pretty fun.
Midwest, great for baseball. Denny, everybody has an imitation of Harry. Do you?
No.
Okay. Just checking. You know, you heard a lot of it.
You should have filtered that through me, Hud. I could have given you the answer to that.
I'm sorry.
Denny's
put him on the spot.
Next imitation on the air will be his first.
Oh, okay.
And it's only his 47th year broadcasting baseball.
That's right, and don't forget it.
There it was.
There we go.
That away, did he? That was good.
I'm just saying.
You know, we were just looking at Harry's career. If they could put that back up on the screen, he, you know, known for the Cubs. He was with the White Sox for a long time, 12 seasons with the White Sox.
Wow, what a career.
1 year with the Oakland A's. I guess he and Charlie Finley didn't see eye to eye. That's what I'm assuming.
What a surprise. How shocking.
Here, let's listen in again.
High pop fly, Sanchez. He never dropped one of those in his life.
Just did.
He did. Holy cow.
How can a guy from the Dominican lose a ball in the sun?
It wasn't him, but there was a player
George Orta.
Was it? I thought it was a player from Mexico. How could so-and-so
George Orta.
really?
Yeah.
Where the sun shines 360 days a year, lose a ball in the sun.
Yeah. When Orta was playing second base with the White Sox.
That's a true story.
True story.
Okay.
He did not say that.
Yes, he did.
It was a different time. Kane takes a walk. I don't want to embarrass the player. Let's say, give me a name, Denny. Who was one of your buddies from high school?
Willie Summerall.
Willie Summerall. Okay, let's say Willie Summerall is coming up for the Cubs as Joe Madden's coming out. And Harry once said, how come every time the Cubs need a big hit, Willie Summerall comes to the plate? Oh, boy. Chevy call to the bullpen for the Cubs.
Oh, he dropped the ball. And why didn't Zambrano take the play himself? The ball was hit sharply right to him.
Yeah. Why didn't he?
We were telling Harry Caray stories. I told one earlier. Another one, when my dad was managing here, Harry had a way of just getting right to it. He would do the manager show on radio, even though he was doing the games on television. And the Cubs were struggling. And my dad told me that Harry starts the recorder. Okay, here's the Jim Lefevre show in 3, 2, 1. We're down on the field with Cubs manager Jim Lefevre. Jim, the Cubs have been terrible lately. And just puts a microphone right in his face, as if he's supposed to, you know,
follow that.
Different time.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if we'll have time for this story. Maybe I should table
Give
it
us
for
a
the next
little,
half
little
inning.
preview or a little trailer.
Tom Brown's going to hit a 2-run homer here. We'll have time.
Travis Wood. Keeping an eye on Lorenzo Cain. Morales was 0 for 2 against Wada. And Kendrys is due for an RBI. Leads the Royals with 37, but he's gone 6 games without driving one in. 2-1.
I'll tell you what, if you hit a home run to left or left center today, you're going to have to use a sophisticated piece of military artillery.
That's right. And there'll be a guy with a lab coat on waiting for you at home plate.
Exactly.
Three balls, 1 strike.
The story has to do, I'll tell you in the next half inning, but it has to do with the Cubs' ace pitcher. They were in Philadelphia and he was having arm problems. He was going to have to come back to Chicago. They were going to put him on the disabled list. So that's where the story is headed.
And now a walk to bring up Alex Gordon.
So we can finish then in this half inning. So anyway, the Cubs put out the release in front of Harry, and they're on the air. He and Steve Stone, second inning. And Harry, after a couple of hitters, looks down and he sees the release in front of him. Oh, no, this is terrible news for Cubs fans everywhere. Our best pitcher in the rotation has been having arm problems for a while, and they're going to put him on the disabled list. And tomorrow he's going to have to go back to Chicago and get a cocaine shot. And Steve Stone said, Harry, that would be cortisone. Oh, yeah, that's what I meant.
I mean, there's a slight difference between the two.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, subtle.
Well, as we said, it was a different time, right?
For sure. Well, you know, a lot of the broadcasters back in that era were characters. I can name 6 or 7 kind of out of that same mold. Bob Prince in Pittsburgh was a great example of that.
How about Dizzy Dean? Did he have any character in him?
He worked with my original partner, Buddy Blattner, on the TV Saturday Game of the Week. Buddy Blattner and Dizzy Dean on the Falstaff Game of the Week.
One of the major networks.
Correct. It's the only TV baseball you get. Saturday afternoon. Take it or leave it.
Back-to-back walks with 2 outs, and now Alex hits it to left field. Cain will score. And that is RBI number 500 for Alex Gordon, and the Royals lead 1-0 in the 6th inning.
Danny, you brought a run up here in the booth. Way to go.
That's what I came for.
That's right. What a stroke, too. Stayed inside that ball and hit a laser right over Castro's head, the shortstop. Oh, look at his body position here. He's kept his head down. Nice head position. He acted like he wanted to do that from the very beginning. He toed in that box. Very nice swing. Nice and under control. Hands go back. Foot goes down. Head stays there. Voila. 1 run for Ventura. That might be all he needs.
And the crowd is all over Joe Madden. He brought in a lefty for a lefty. And Alex Gordon gives the Royals the lead. And now the Cubs will make another pitching change. The Royals rallying with 2 outs and nobody on. They got back-to-back walks, then the Gordon RBI, and here's the 3rd pitcher of the inning. Justin Grimm pitching to Salvador Perez, who's been so dangerous this year with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. And the slider is in for strike 1.
Just keep the line moving. 2 outs, like you said. Salvy's got him right where he wants him.
It was a swing. Alfonso Marquez pumping the right fist.
Watch what he does. See how everything rocks back. He gets a little rock back going. He has a small step with his foot. Look at the head position out here. Head position right on the ball. Charlie Lyle-esque. Bow to the ball. Isn't that right, Denny?
Exactly. Balance. Bow to the ball. Keep your eye, keep your head right on the ball. Moment of contact as best you can. And end result, RBIs.
Ooh, and a big one for Ventura here in the 6th.
Grimm strikes out Perez. The Royals get the game's first and perhaps only run. Fans, K-State Day is coming up. The first 3,500 Wildcat fans. You bring your special K-State ticket to the designated table. As the Royals host the Rangers on Sunday, you'll receive this limited edition purple and gray KC Royals K-State cap. So a week from today, Royals and the Rangers, K-State Day. And that cap courtesy of Fox Sports Kansas City and Rally House. Top of the order and 3rd time through for the Cubs against Giordano Ventura. Dexter Fowler. Something blow up in his eye.
Not a very good time for that to happen.
He struck out and flied out to right field.
He didn't have much of a game on Friday afternoon. He's had a tough series.
Cubs have 3 hits against Ventura. Bryant had a 1-out single in the first. Coghlan had a 2-out double in the second, and then Coghlan had a 1-out single in the 5th. Strike called, and it's 2-2. Ventura hasn't walked anybody, and there should be no walks on a day like today. And once you know, the first walk in that 6th inning turned into a run. Just foul.
Coughlin's had better swings at Ventura than anybody else in their lineup. In fact, he hadn't had a bad swing yet. He's been right on Ventura. The rest of the Cubs, Bryant's had a couple of good hacks, and a couple of others, but boy, Coughlin's very comfortable in the batter's box so far against Ventura.
Coming up on 80 pitches, and Ventura's breaking ball is cut on and missed. He gets Fowler for a second time, and that's number 5 for Ventura.
First 3 pitches of the game, you could tell Ventura was going to have a day. He threw that fastball, that curveball. They were all strikes. He came right in there, and he's been the same, executing his pitches, challenging hitters with that above-average fastball. And his secondary pitches look great, don't they, Denny?
Indeed. And if you don't want to pitch or don't like to pitch on a day like this, everything favors the pitcher. Like Ryan said, boy, you walk somebody today, you're going to pay the price. Little ball. Move the runners. Runs are tough to come by in these conditions.
Ventura has gone at least 7 in each of his last 3 starts.
Terry Caray had said runs are tough to come by in these conditions. With a 1-0 final score would be 11-10.
It was a cracked bat, and Infante makes a play. Denny, I wanted to ask you, I'm sure you noticed this on Friday when Alcides Escobar hit the first pitch of the game for a home run. In my 17 years, you have 30 years on me. In my 17 years here, outside of the playoffs, that was the loudest roar of the crowd of Royals fans on the road that I can remember. How about you?
Yeah, I would agree.
Really?
I would agree. There seemed like there were more Royals fans than Cubs fans.
Yeah. I was talking about that quite a bit during the game with HUD, and then after the game, I remember thinking, even for Denny in all of his years, I wonder if he's been somewhere where the Royals fans were so loud on the road. I mean, it was like Escobar hit a home run at Kauffman Stadium in the first inning, the reaction of the crowd.
Yeah, stop and think about it, though. It's a perfect storm. Royals haven't been here in 14 years. It's a weekend. And you figure at this time of the year, great weather. Whoops, well, we didn't get that.
Well, let's listen.
There you are. So a weekend at Wrigley. Chicago is not that tough a trip from Kansas City, and it just all factored in. But you're right. More blue. Of course, Cubs are blue too, but Royals jackets, sweatshirts, windbreakers, caps, you name it, we saw it. Pretty impressive, huh?
Our radio colleague Steve Stewart had a great line. We were coming over today. He said, "And Royals fans, that they could be undercover here too, because their colors blend in so well with the Cubs fans. They don't stand out." Yordano Ventura just keeps rolling along with 6 scoreless innings. The Royals lead 1-0.
over Houston, Cleveland, and Seattle just underway. Detroit and LA at 10 night. Our Mazda game break takes us to 42-year-old prolific hitter Bartolo Colon. He puts that in the gap, and he has, that's some speed there. HUD talks about Kendrys Morales being fast. That is some very good speed, and they love it in Queens. Here on a chilly day, I have to think with Denny in the booth about hockey. And the Blackhawks won last night. And the first 3 questions today, Denny, to manager Joe Madden, as we have a first pitch, swing and fly. I don't want to do Harry here. Out to right field.
He's never dropped one of those in his life.
Denny, the first 3 questions to Joe Madden today in his media session were all about the Blackhawks and the Stanley Cup. Remember, he had just managed a number of years in Tampa Bay. He's a big hockey fan like you. His very politically correct answer, may the best team win.
Wow. Well, he had all of his guys, he included, in Blackhawk jerseys, taking a team picture yesterday. See the picture in the paper?
Yeah, I did, and he gets it. And he's made a lot of hockey friends along the way. He's had a lot of the Tampa Bay Lightning that have skated with when he was, or Rays have skated with the Lightning, and Lightning players that have come and take batting practice. So I think he's fitting in just fine here in Chicago.
0-2 on Christian Colon.
Those are still the Blackhawks' red home sweaters, they call them hockey jerseys, are still the best looking uniforms in sports.
I will also say you can't go anywhere in this town right now without seeing 2 shirts or jerseys. Royals shirts and Blackhawks shirts.
2 down as Colon strikes out. We were wondering when the inning began, would Ned Yost allow Yordano Ventura to bat in a 1-0 game? And the answer to that was going to be the situation would dictate it. Mike Moustakas was ready to go. Eric Hosmer was ready to go. Kelvin Herrera was warming up in the bullpen, but 2 outs and nobody on. And the way Ventura's pitching, that's why we're seeing what we're seeing.
And as good as the Royals bullpen has been, still, when you bring somebody in from the bullpen, you don't know what he's got on any particular day. And you know what Ventura's got. We see what he's done. That's a given. What's down there in the bullpen is not. You're taking a chance, no matter how good they are.
But this part of the game, it could be the most difficult part for a National League manager to decide what you're going to do. And that's what makes the National League brand of ball so debatable.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, and more strategy, more fun, more second guessing. How about it?
Thank you, Denny.
You're welcome, guys.
Enjoy the 7th inning stretch.
I'll do it.
Shut out with the Cubs middle of the order coming up. Royals have been so good this year when you get into the later innings of the game. Only the Houston Astros, and by 1 run, have a better run differential from the 7th inning on. Our Toyota League leaders for today. And then it's quite a drop off from the Royals to the Cardinals. So the Astros and the Royals have been the best when you get into the later innings. Alex Gordon with his 500th career RBI drove in Lorenzo Cain with 2 down in the 6th inning. That's our only run. Mike Moustakas takes over at third base for Christian Colon. He made the 2nd out of the 7th inning.
Gotta hope that 500th career RBI holds up for Ventura. That would make it even more special. Ned Yost, he feels the game. He knows what's going on. He's not going to dare pinch hit for Ventura there. Let this young man go ahead and feed that fastball. Yes, all day long. 97. Woohoo! It's going to sting some hands, and it already has.
Castro, Montero, and Soler in the bottom of the 7th inning. This will be Ventura's 90th pitch, so he's in good shape in that department. One and 2. Castro is grounded to his counterpart twice, Alcides Escobar. Left center field, Alex there to make the play right in front of Lorenzo Cain.
I really can't tell you how many times I've seen a near collision in this outfield. Never. Hardly ever. Have we seen collisions out here with the Royals players? It's amazing how they can.
You mean here in Wrigley Field?
No. I mean with the Royals. The Royals outfielders. They're really in sync with one another. They have a great idea where they're positioned before the ball's even struck. You never see any kind of collision or near collisions. That's really hard to do, especially in a game like this where the wind's howling and making a big difference. Sometimes guys will crash into each other. Thankfully, we haven't seen it and won't see it.
Montero has grounded out and struck out. Foul tips, and it's 0-2.
.61 strikes, 32 balls. He is dealing.
Oh man, that got Bruce Dreckman on his right leg, right knee. Maybe it was his arm.
Yeah, I've seen umpires break their arm on balls like that. Just total break. See how Bruce handles this. He may like to leave.
Oh, got him on his upper arm.
Salvi just barely slowed it down with it. Got a little piece of it with his glove.
Well, his face was red as a tomato immediately after getting hit by the pitch. So I wonder what his arm was like. Man.
Forearm.
That helped a little bit. That took some of the steam out of it after hitting Sal's glove first.
You know, I heard umpires say, and I've heard catchers say, that when a guy, now the ball wasn't foul tipped by the hitter, but when foul balls are barely tipped, I've heard them tell me at this level that the ball picks up speed because of the spin on the ball. And then I've had some people write me letters or that have heard me say that, saying that's impossible. It's impossible for that to happen. And you'll have to talk to those guys who are on the back end of those foul tips. They'll be able to give you a better read on that. And we're not scientists. We don't know all that. They're just baseball people, but they do know the speed of the baseball.
Drilled into the right field corner and back into the crowd. So the wind helped out there, just pushing it from left to right. Coming up after the game, Boulevard Royals Live with Joel and Monty. Hope to have an on-field interview with the Royals victory with Joel. We'll get reaction from the Royals clubhouse. Highlights, there haven't been many. And get you ready for the Royals' next homestand, which begins on Tuesday against Cleveland. Just outside.
Look at the changeup action. Starts on the inner half of the plate on his release point. The ball fades all the way on the outer half and did not get the call. Excellent attempt to get Montero to swing and miss.
And overthrowing that pitch, 3-2. Pitches for Ventura.
Throwing strikes. Nobody up in the pin. Make him earn his way on.
And that is the first walk given up by Yordano Ventura. Comes with 1 out in the 7th inning.
All right. Dave Island is away at his daughter's graduation. Congratulations, Dave. You guys have a wonderful time. But in the meantime, he handed the keys over to Doug Henry.
And Larry Carter, who's been in the Royals system as a minor league pitching coach for a long time, takes over as bullpen coach as Kelvin Herrera warms up again. He was warming up as the Royals were batting in the top of the 7th inning. Jorge Soler, big time power, and he hit an important home run for the Cubs in game 1 on Friday in the 6th inning. He has struck out and lined to center today. Ball goes all the way back to the backstop, and now the tying run is in scoring position with 1 out.
Not making it easier on himself here as he just really let that baby go. So we've seen him overthrow a couple pitches when we haven't the whole game so far.
It's Jonathan Herrera who run for Montero.
I was wondering when Montero got walked that Madden was going to pinch run for him at first base even. So the fact that Ventura threw the wild pitch put him in a lot better situation here. He's got to bear down now.
Well, it was a walk that hurt the Cubs in the 6th inning with 2 outs and nobody on. Kane walked, Morales walked, and then Kane scored on the Gordon base hit. So a walk came back and bit the Cubs, and now the Royals are hoping that that's not repeated here in the 7th. A 1-out walk to Montero, and then a wild pitch puts him in scoring position. One and 2.
Soler, he is a guy that is vulnerable to the strikeout, no doubt. Ventura's got to try to slip one by him. 64 strikeouts coming into this game.
Strike 3 called at 98.
Soler, you got to go. That is some cheese at the knees that you can't hit. It is unhittable cheese. Perfect spot.
Now this is an interesting matchup because while Ventura has had an excellent day, look at that, 3 hits in 6 2/3 innings. The Cubs have only had 4 runners in the first 7 innings, but Chris Coghlan, who comes up here, he has been right on Ventura. He is doubled to center and he is singled to right field. And he hits the ball to right center field, making him 3 for 3. And that walk and wild pitch tie the game. Coghlan is out, but the run had crossed home plate. So Chris Coghlan, he has 3 of the Cubs' 4 hits, and he's tied the game. Chris Coghlan, we had just pointed out, he is right on Yordano Ventura all day, and he gets a first pitch changeup. So they tried to mix it up, but a changeup at 88 right out over the middle of the plate. The pitcher's spot was coming up. Now the pitcher wasn't going to hit, but it was going to be somebody cold off the bench, and Coghlan gets a chance to do something, and he makes the most of it. He's cut down at second base, but the run had already crossed.
It's a learning situation. Look at Colon trying to give him a little love, saying it's all right, but you know what? He's learning. The pitcher's spot was right behind Coghlan. That guy was the only guy who's been hitting Ventura all year. Should have hooked him first pitch, maybe thrown around him, pitched around him there. And it's, once again, unfortunately, a learning situation, but it could cost him the game.
Pedro Strop takes over in the 8th inning. He took over in the 8th inning on Friday, and the Royals scored 3 runs.
Oh, might be what they want here. Good hard fastball. 90-95. David Ross is going to take over for Montero. Remember, he's got a slider to go with it.
Into the teeth of the wind, and Fowler makes the play.
This is the guy, Pedro Strop, that will quick pitch you. He's the guy you got to be careful with. You try to throw your rhythm off by a quick pitch. Different deliveries.
Didn't mean to. 0-1 to Infante, who's batting second today. Mike Moustakas and Eric Hosmer were not in the starting lineup with a lefty on the mound. 1 ball, 1 strike. Big items today, walks. With 2 outs and nobody on, and the Royals batting in the 6th. Back-to-back walks, setting up Alex Gordon's RBI single. And in the bottom of the 7th inning, a 1-out walk and a wild pitch, setting up the Cubs' game-tying RBI single. Well, when we come home, don't forget to stop in and check out Rivals Sports Bar, located just beyond the fountains in right field, hosting one of the best views in Kauffman Stadium. This popular spot is equipped with a 360-degree bar and a full menu of delicious food and beverage options. Of course, you can watch the game in style with floor-to-ceiling glass. That'd be a great spot on a day like today out in Rivals. Numerous HD TVs to keep you up to date on all the action on the field and around baseball. And remember, Rivals opens an hour and a half before every home game. It was Kane who walked with 2 down in the 6th inning. And Stroke has a much better 8th inning this time around. Ventura is done for the day, and we head to the bottom of the 8th inning in a 1-1 tie. RBI double in the top of the 7th inning. Minnesota half game back of the Royals going into today, so that's good news out of Minneapolis, and the Royals will be going to Target Field during their next road trip. So a 1-1 tie, bottom of the 8th inning, and it's Kelvin Herrera and Junior Lake is going to hit in the pitcher's spot. Herrera pitched on Friday. Grounded to Moustakas on 1 hop. Herrera gave up a home run in the 7th inning on Friday to Addison Russell, which tied the game at 4. The Royals ended up rallying with 3 in the 8th and 1 in the 9th and won 8-4. So he'll get Lake, and now a rematch with Russell, followed by Dexter Fowler. Now, we discussed this on Friday. Russell got a 100-mile-an-hour fastball from Herrera and was thoroughly overmatched, and now he fouls one off of Sal's mask at 97. The next pitch was a changeup, and that's what Russell hit out of the ballpark. Now, he's probably not going to hit one out of the ballpark with the win today, but let's see if Herrera stays with the fastball this time against Addison Russell. And he does at 98.
Had he made that pitch in Friday's game, he would have had the same result. Just finish him off with it. Some 99 on your hands. On a day like today, they would be saying, not me, don't pick me. Because that is, look at, he can't feel his fingers running down the line. I can guarantee you that. Can't feel it. And he did a good job of not making a visual display of shaking his hands and letting Herrera know that he hurt him. But that hurt.
Change up to Fowler, ball one. Dexter Fowler is 0 for 3. The Royals in the ninth have Morales, Gordon, and Perez.
That two-seam fastball there is as good as there is in big league baseball right now. That two-seamer from Herrera. Just moves. There it was again. Lucky to get a bat on that. And that was his changeup even. Wow. They have similar movement.
Strike three. Fowler has struck out 3 times today. Herrera has an uneventful bottom of the 8th inning. We go to the 9th. Another good game at Wrigley, a 1-1 tie. Joe Montana with take me out to the ball game, and then that unfortunate first pitch. Our sprint cuts of the game. Hey, it's cold, you know. Didn't you say how that the ball sticks in your hand on a?
Well, actually, it's slick on a cold day, but obviously, he held on a little too long, didn't he?
Joe Montana, the star of the show Criminal Minds and numerous other movies and television shows. Now, in my house, he would be known as the voice of Grem in the movie Cars 2. Or as the Lefevre boys will point out, he was one of the bad guys. Grem and Acer, two of the bad guys in Cars 2.
Listen to the Royals chants breaking out here at Wrigley.
The entertaining part about the "Let's Go Royals" chant on the road is that the home crowds are stunned that they will invent one to try and counter it. So for the first time in their lives, some Chicagoans are saying, "Let's go Cubs." Morales strikes out,
but he didn't
get down in the ninth inning.
He didn't get cheated off a Rondon.
Hector Rondon, the Cubs closer, he has 9 saves. So coming on in a tie game in the top of the ninth, Morales, Gordon, and Perez.
Well, Morales just did what you want to do here. Off their guy. Hard fastball, be ready. Swing it. Swing it.
It's below the knees at 98. Alex drove in the Royals run back in the 6th inning. His 500th career RBI. And as the month comes to an end, Alex, he has 12 RBIs this month. It's not a big number, and yet 7 of the 12 have been go-ahead RBIs, and 4 have been game-winning RBIs. Down 1-2.
So the Royals get a little taste of their own medicine. Herrera, with that power fastball, he's got 98 to 99. Same thing Rondon's doing here. Lively fastball. And he's 91-mile-an-hour sinker. He's got a really good slider as well. Look at that 99. Ooh. And Ross, the catcher, had to shake his hand after that. Watch Ross shake his hand. He's going to shake his hand and say, ouch, that hurt.
And now 3 balls, 2 strikes. Soft liner out to Bryan at third base, 2 down.
You know, very rarely do you ever see a catcher shake his hand like that just hurt. But you know, Ross, a big-time veteran. Look at this. Ouch. That hurt his thumb, his palm, everything. Trying to catch 99, you catch the wrong spot, that's going to hurt. Ross has been around a long time.
Two down to Salvador Perez. Sal is 0 for 3. Rondon is out of the Indians organization. He was signed by them 11 years ago and then taken in the Rule 5 draft by the Cubs from the Indians in 2012. Now their closer. Russell backhands and throws out Sal. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the ninth. Looks like it'll be Wade Davis in the bottom of the ninth. Bryant, Rizzo, and Castro coming up for Chicago. new Ford cars and trucks. Visit thoroughbredford.com. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price every day. Today's copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Kansas City Royals. They may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Corporation. Ryan Lefevre, Rex Hudler, Joel Goldberg, Jeff Montgomery, producer Christian Roberts, director Steve Kurtenbach, associate producers Al Broughton, Sam Abramson, Dave Holtzman, and the producer of Royals Live is Brian Shapiro. There's Wade Davis, who has appeared in 21 games. He is not allowed a run. Chris Bryant leads off. It'll be Bryant, Rizzo, and Castro, who have a combined 19 home runs. But this is not a home run hitting day. Bryant has 7. He's 1 for 3 today. Good fastball over the outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yep, they'll have to keep their bats tuned up, having faced Herrera, and now Davis coming in. Almost the same action, except he cuts his fastball and he throws a nice overhand curve.
And 2 on Bryant.
Bryant has a very nice uppercut swing. He tries to stay underneath the ball and lift it. He's a prototypical type home run hitter. He's a young guy, but this guy, the sky is the limit for him. Stay with the fastball. A curveball, he could get up under that, but like you said, it's going to take quite a shot to get it out of here.
It's been steady all game, going into Wrigley Field out of the north. So not only a strong wind, but a cold wind. Two and 2. No runs were scored today until the Royals got 1 in the 6th with 2 outs. Alex Gordon driving in Lorenzo Cain. And then the Cubs with 2 down in the 7th inning. Chris Coghlan drove in Jonathan Herrera. Threw it right by him at 96. Follow live Royals baseball with MLB.com at bat on your smartphone or tablet. Stay connected to the Royals all season, wherever you are, with the MLB.TV Game of the Day, in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, and more. At bat. Now Anthony Rizzo.
Somebody caught that ball. He timed it perfectly. Breaking ball.
On Rizzo. Off the tarp, getting around in a fastball at 92.
Salvador Perez, extremely soft hands, as was evident by that first pitch, the curveball he threw to Rizzo.
And that ball's going to go all the way down into the corner. And now it rolls away from Rios, and Rizzo is going to try for 3, and he is in with a triple.
trying to pound him in with fastballs. Rizzo, he smelt it. He knew it was coming. He fouled the first one way foul, and that one there, he just stayed right on it. Ball down over the plate. Rattles around the corner. Rios with a tough time on the carom as it kicked off of that wall. You never really know where it's going to get. And he's able to get in there. He sees it. Now he's going to pick up the third base coach. No, he didn't. He's going on his own. Now trying to fire his guys up, showing a little emotion, which is totally proper. That's a big hit.
Strategy here, you have Starlin Castro, who's a regular, and he's the Cubs' number 4 hitter. He's not a prototypical number 4 hitter. And then after him is David Ross, who is the Cubs' backup catcher and known much more for his defensive skills than his hitting skills. I don't think Ned Yost wants to give Castro any shot of winning this game. And of course, with a runner at third and 1 out, it doesn't even take a base hit to win this game.
So Ned Yost makes an appearance without pulling a pitcher. That's a little advice meeting there. Talking to the infielders, they'll all be playing in. Don't do too much. This is the time of the game where you really want to slow everything down. Make sure you make the play. Don't try to rush. As they decided they were going to put him on. Ooh, that ball got a little close to the plate. Set up a little double play action. Escobar is right behind Wade Davis and in front of second base. Just in case Salvi has a little overthrow. Can't take anything for granted in this game. Salvi 1 foot in the catcher's box, 1 outside. Until the pitch is on the way, you got to stay in that box. I haven't seen Wade Davis intentionally pass a hitter in a long time. I can't remember. Pass a hitter, but the situation calls for it here. 9th inning. 1 run will win it for him. Now he's got to really get to pitching here. Ross going to try all he can to just make some contact. Now, if he hits it on the ground, of course, the Royals are going to depend on how hard the ball's hit. They're going to try to turn 2.
Yeah, they are not going to play with the infield in. And they're going to try and squeeze, or at least safety squeeze. Rizzo was not coming down the line. So that might have been a bunt for a base hit more than a suicide squeeze, because Rizzo did not look like he was releasing.
No. See him at the top of your screen on the left. Really a great idea by Ross. Try to be maybe a little too fine, although that ball's coming in at that speed. You're just trying to get it down. He gets that thing fair, it's over.
My only concern here is that Davis is so good and Ross is not known for his hitting, that if he does make contact, chances are he's not going to hit it very hard. And there you have the chance for a little dribbler on the infield. And he's going to bunt again. And Davis will play it to first. And Kendrys Morales digs it out of the dirt. Now, first base coach Brandon Hyde, he signals to the Cubs dugout thinking that they might want to review it.
It's just because he's begging. No way. What a dig by Morales. I mean, when Wade Davis caught the ball, I had flashbacks of Minnesota a couple years ago when he threw the ball away and the game was over. Look at this. He turns one way and he turns the other. Let's see if Morales got him. That's a heck of a pick. Watch this, Morales. Davis making sure the winning run goes back to third. Throws a dart to Morales and he digs it. Thankfully, Ross not that fleet of foot. Got him. Sure? Yeah, look. Well, obviously, I don't. Oh, they are replaying. It looked to me like the glove hit the back of the ball hit the back of the glove before he stepped on first. Big out, looming right here.
And they're going to rule that the call was correct. The call stands. Joe Madden just taking a shot. So Davis with a big defensive play to get David Ross, and now second and third with 2 down.
Ball's in the back of his glove. It's when he hits it, not when he closes his glove. I can tell from all the way up here. Davis was able to come through under pressure, slowing the game down just like we talked about. That's what you got to do. And Davis was able to do that and execute a huge out. Now he can help himself and get out of this.
Power and power here. Davis and Soler.
Remember when he threw that game away in Minnesota a few years ago? Same thing. Game on the line. Got to play back to him, and he kind of hesitated a little, wasn't sure, and he threw the ball wide to Salvi. Game was over.
Late. Fastball at 96. Davis 1 strike away from getting out of this. In the 10th, Royals have Rios, Moustakas, and the pitcher spot.
Interesting, Joe Madden would stay with that safety squeeze there, that little bunt there 2 times in a row. Ross did it the first time. It was kind of a surprise. And then Madden said, do it again. And that's putting pressure on Davis. Madden knows in a game like this, it could be a little throwaway here or there.
Very close.
Perfect spot. Look at where they're pitching him. I mean, they are staying away from him totally, his power. They don't want any chance going on there. Big pitch coming 2-2.
Just nicked it foul.
He's got a smile on his face. He likes it. There are some hitters in this situation that want to be at the plate. Some guys are nervous. Other guys are enjoying the competition. And by that smile from Soler, it looks like to me he's liking this. Game on the line.
Pitch that Sal was expecting. He looked like he was crossed up. He's going to go talk it over with Davis.
That was close. He misses that and it goes back to the backstop. This game's over.
Anthony Rizzo hit a 1-out triple, so the Cubs had the winning run at third base with 1 down. Castro was intentionally walked. Ross on a bunt attempt was thrown out by Davis. And now Davis and Soler struck him out. And we will go to the 10th inning.
Great job, waiter. Waiter, give me the check for the whole restaurant. comes up, fans on their feet, comes up with a nasty little cutter. Maybe that was his curveball, whatever it was. Did the job. And Wade Davis sends the game into extra innings with his athletic ability, a nice play, but excellent pitching. Ooh, they're still alive.
Royals are perfect in extra innings. The Cubs have played well. They are 4-2. This is nothing new for the Cubs. They have played one close game after another. They are tied for the major league lead. They've played 23 one-run games already. It'll be Alex Rios, Mike Moustakas, and the pitcher spot in the 10th inning as Rondon stays on and misses outside to Rios.
You know how calm Wade Davis is, soft-spoken, doesn't show a lot of emotion. He was the perfect guy in that situation because we talked about slowing the game down. This is the time where you can lose a game making one bad throw or one bad pitch, and he was able to do that. Kept himself under control. He didn't speed up. He didn't panic. He got the out at first base, and Morales helped him out over there.
On the ground to short. Castro throws out Rios. Alex 0 for 4 in his first game back with the Royals. Extra innings presented by Jack Links. Jack Links all summer long. Joe Madden is being booed as he goes out to make a pitching change. The last time he made a pitching change was in the 6th inning, and that led to the Royals' run. So left-hand batter Mike Moustakas coming up, and James Russell will take the mound for the Cubs.
I think that was a Moose call.
One out and nobody on. And we'll face Mike Moustakas, who hits for the first time. Moustakas came on defensively in the 7th inning. He was 0 for 4 in game 1, but it was his walk in the 8th inning which got a 3-run rally started. The Royals went on to win 8-4.
James Russell. He's a finesse lefty, 87.92 with his fastball. Big curves Moose is going to see, just like that last one. He doesn't have that blazing stuff, but he's a guy who's going to rely on that command and locate.
has more than held his own against lefties and just killed right-handers this year. His overall average at 322. Russell in the game on Friday pitched 1/3 of an inning, came on and faced one batter, Alex Gordon, and got a strikeout, and then handed the ball off.
Okay, Joe Madden, in his years managing for the Tampa Bay Rays, he's seen Moose all the time, and they played him to pull. Here, look at that. How about that? Straight up. Everybody is straight up on Moose. It's because he's deserved it, he's earned it, and now look at the team playing him straight.
And deep short, Castro hits it over Rizzo. He made that play look easy.
Ooh, that was a test for him, no doubt. Good try. Moose, good solid contact there.
And now Hosmer will bat for Wade Davis. Hosmer was 1 for 4 on Friday with an RBI double and a run scored.
Haas looking for his first career pinch hit. He's 0 for 4. We'll find out what that's like as you see some action in Ned Yost's bullpen. Holland on the right. Madsen on the left. So Hosmer's, he's getting the feel of what a lot of bench players, role players, pinch hitters experience. And that is coming off a cold bench right in the game.
Now the question is, what does Ned Yost do with Eric Hosmer after this at bat? Is he just simply a pinch hitter, or does he go with a double switch and put Hosmer at first base? If he goes to the double switch, then the pitcher spot would be 4th in the 11th inning. Three and 2. Alcides Escobar on deck. Back into the crowd.
So Hosmer, he got to take a swing there, 3 and 2, and run. He ran to first base, so that's going to help him. He's going to get the blood flowing. He's a little bit more loose. However, he's got to catch his breath. Easier to concentrate when you're not doing that heavy of breathing.
On with a walk.
Big plate appearance, and it takes a lot for a pinch hitter to come off the bench. That's your job, to hit, to get a walk. That's really good.
And Joe Madden comes out again. This time he is going to make a double switch as he walks over to home plate umpire Bruce Dreckman. Jorge Soler made the final out of the 9th inning, and that's where the change is going to be made. A new right fielder and a new pitcher for the Cubs when we come back. Jason Mott, the former Cardinal, takes over for the Cubs. He is their 7th pitcher today.
Still throws hard. He'll go 92 to 97. Cuts his fastball, slider, and a kind of a funky arm delivery. He kind of flings it up there. Short arm, they call that.
Former catcher, so he's got that very short, quick release.
See how quick Mott is home. Because Hosmer with 2 outs, you never know. I mean, he could steal a base. He didn't score in position. That could be big for Escobar. Although that's a tester.
Tested right away as he is inserted into the game and runs it down in foul territory. So to the bottom of the 10th, we're still tied at 1. Back links all season long, and we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. The Royals scored in the 6th. The Cubs scored in the 7th, and the Cubs had a chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th inning after a leadoff, or rather a 1-out triple, and the potential winning run at first base. Close play at first, good play by Wade Davis for the 2nd out, and then Jorge Soler strikes out. Well, Davis getting himself in and out of a potential game-ending situation. And now it's Ryan Madson in the bottom of the 10th.
See that rare emotion by Davis? That was good. Rarely do you see him get fired up, but that was a big part of the game. He's able to keep it going. Now hand that baton off to Madson. Hopefully he can keep throwing up those zeros.
The Cubs have 5 hits today in 9 innings, and this guy has 3 of them. Chris Coghlan. And while the Cubs otherwise were really struggling against Yordano Ventura, Yordano gave up 4 hits in 7 innings. Coghlan had 3 of them, including the game-tying 2-out RBI single in the 7th inning, which ended up being Ventura's last hitter. Hits the ball hard again. Alex runs it down in left field. He has had great swings today.
He's been all over the ball, but obviously that swing there, that stupid hit, you can't hit the ball out there to that guy and expect you're going to get a base hit. Alex says, no way. Not on my turf. Way to go. Davis didn't want to have, or excuse me, Madson didn't want to have to throw him a fastball there because he's been on it now. That ball's going to stay in the park.
Back goes Alex, and he's got it. Any other day, this game is over. And even with that strong wind and a high fly ball, Baxter still got it to the warning track, and Ryan Madson is living right today.
That ball was crushed. But watch Alex. See him? Watching him all the way. He sees the wall. He's lining himself up, hoping he doesn't have to make an Ivy crash landing. Had it all the way. You know, that's not a good feeling as a hitter. When you hit a ball, big league hitters know when they hit a homer. It feels like a homer. And you take off, and next thing you know, there he is. Camped out on the warning track, you're out.
Addison Russell has grounded out 3 times.
They're on Matson's fastball. They know he's got a fastball and an excellent changeup.
There's the change.
So maybe at some particular point, Salvi and Madson start mixing in his slider just to give him a little different look.
Two and two. Royals appear to be in better shape for a long game. The Cubs have used 7 pitchers. Ned Yost has only had to use 4, including Madson. Ned still has 2 players on his bench. Joe Madden has nobody on his bench. And we will go to the 11th inning. Madson getting a couple of good plays from Alex Gordon, and the Cubs are scoreless in the 10th. Pitching for the St. Louis Cardinals. How about a long, long game? Billy Butler with 2 outs and 2 strikes hit a home run off of Mott. The game ended up going, what, 15 innings?
It was long, I remember, and he hit it over to the Royals bullpen. And that, he almost ripped Dyson's arm off with a full-arm bash there. But he didn't put Dyson on the DL, but I remember he was fired up. That was a big-time homer. But the way the wind's blowing in here, you might have to hit it twice to get it out of the ballpark. Little small ball, maybe a little base hit, little manufacturing a run here. Let's see what they can do at the top of the order. Fonte hitting second in Ned's lineup today as he kind of scrambled it around.
2-2 on Infante.
First time all season that Ned's lineup has been drastically changed. I would expect it to be back to normal on Tuesday, but for this game, it changed up a little bit. Kendrys Morales, no problem at first base in his first time ever in a Royals uniform playing first. He's looked good. He's made some nice plays.
Zach Roscup, the lefty, is warming up for the Cubs. Joe Madden has 2 relievers left. Nobody on his bench. Russell was playing up the middle and gets Infante, who drops to 0 for 5. Lorenzo Cain, he scored the Royals run back in the 6th inning with a 2-out walk. Then Morales walked, and then Alex Gordon drove in Cain. It was a brief lead for the Royals. The White Sox, or rather the Cubs, tied it with 2 down in the 7th inning. That's the only scoring today. Wind is not quite as strong as it's been most of the day, but still a factor, blasting in from left field.
Interesting to watch Mott go behind the mound, pick up the rosin bag, slap a little bit on his leg, try to find some perspiration on his brow, and get a better grip on the ball.
Trouble catching the ball.
Okay, yeah, look at him. See, he's using his beard. He just went on his beard. He tried to go around his hat, trying to look for some moisture to go along. See how he's using that, touching his cap. He's got the rosin bag on his leg, on his right leg. He put some on there. That's what you do. You got to get a grip. Ooh, man, that's the perfect spot to throw a fastball to a guy. Lorenzo says, I thought it was low.
Too low, and it's 3-2.
He's got some great movement on that pitch. And from that angle, watch how he flings it. Look at that, man! I'll tell you, that's pitch 3 and 5, very close, identical. Threw a 3-1, or he's gonna throw it again.
Broken bat. Astro throws out Cain on a close play, 2 down. They mentioned that Mott has a very short arm swing, a short arm delivery. He was drafted by the Cardinals, and for 3 years he was a catcher, but he hit just 188, but he always had the arm. And I've never gotten an answer from somebody, but in the scouting world, prospects are rated on a 20 to 80 scale. If you're a 20, that's the lowest you can go. If you're an 80, that's the highest you can be ranked. And when Mott was a catcher in the Cardinals organization, his arm was an 80. That means that's as good as you can be. If you're an 80 in any category, then nobody throws better than you do. And so when he wasn't hitting much, it was natural for him to move to the mound, and he's had some big seasons as a major league closer. He still has that short arm delivery that he had as a catcher.
You don't see many scouts giving guys 80s at this level.
I've asked, why isn't it 0 to 100 or whatever, but it's always been 20 to 80. I even asked Art Stewart that question. He wasn't sure exactly why they've used that scale. That was kind of an old baseball term when someone would say, This guy's got 80 power, or he has 80 speed, or he has 80 range. That means that, at least as far as skills go, it doesn't get any better.
Well, Mott knows what the pitch of choice is today for pitchers, and that's the fastball. Just coming right at him every pitch. Ventura did the same thing. As he started this game, seems like a long time ago.
Toward the Royals bullpen. There's Greg Holland standing on the mound out there. Ryan Madson did not have a long bottom of the 10th at all. 3 up, 3 down. He only threw 9 pitches. So we could see Madson if the Royals fail to score. Holland ready to go if the Royals do score.
Gotten a couple pitches, those last 2 that were up, just staying up underneath him. And now all of a sudden there's a seagull convention out in the outfield, fighting over food.
Well, the Royals have lost 1 game because of seagulls. That was in Cleveland, so maybe they're due to win a game thanks to the seagulls.
There, it's not going down real well for him. It's the bun. Wow.
Morales is on with 2 down. And here comes Joe Madden again, so he will use Zach Roskup, and that will leave him with 1 reliever, Edwin Jackson. This is the 8th Cubs pitcher today. 6th inning. Now batting with 2 outs in the 11th inning. And he got that hit in the 6th against a left-hand pitcher, Travis Wood. And now Zach Roskup with Morales at first base and 2 down.
87 to 95. He's got a fastball. He'll throw that one. He's 93. Slider to change. First baseman Rizzo. He's playing just in back of Morales. If I was managing, I'd have him way back to get cover some range. Because Alex could snap hook a ball right by the bag there, and you don't want your guy staying too close to Morales. Because Morales isn't going anywhere.
Joe Madden has used Wada, Wood, Grimm, Strop, Rondon, Russell, Mott, and now Roskup. Three balls, 1 strike. Salvador Perez, Royals' best hitter, with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, hoping for that opportunity on deck. And now 3-2. Morales will be running.
Alex knew what was coming there, and he's going to know what's coming here. Probably another fastball. But if he can place that ball somewhere down the line, it could be interesting where Morales going. But he's got to make sure that Roskup delivers the ball and then take off.
Into right center field. So Morales will go to third, and Salvador Perez will get a shot. It is a 3-hit game for Alex Gordon.
Oh, and nice. He knew it was coming. Stayed in the large part of the field and dropped one in there right in front of the center fielder. Nice. It was inside fastball. Alex was quick to it. Morales, not a great start, but good enough to get into third base. Showing those designated hitter running skills.
And now a trip to the mound. Chris Bosio is the Cubs pitching coach. You have Salvador Perez, and the Cubs, they have the same numbers we do. They know how good Sal is in situations like this. Alex Rios is on deck. Rios is playing in his first big league game in 6.5 weeks, and he is 0 for 4. So who do you want to pitch to? The guy who hits .444 with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position and is driven in 14, or the guy coming back with a broken hand and has only 4 big league at bats since April the 13th. Strike. Sal can't believe it. That was nowhere near the target. Nowhere near the target, but inside the grid.
Salvi, a .320 hitter against lefties. He'll have to let that one go. Worry about the next one. Good low ball hitter. Outfielders shallow, very shallow.
Ball's inside. Sal has had 1 chance today with a runner in scoring position and 2 down. That was back in the 6th inning, and Justin Grimm struck him out. Ross, a big save with Morales at third base.
Oh man, that was really close, but Ross made that look good. Made it look easy, stuck in the heel of his glove. Salvi wanting to slow the game down here too. Look, wait for his pitch.
Inside, 3-1.
Royals fans on the edge of their seat, and you can't blame them. What a baseball game here today.
Ooh. Although I guess on a day like today you start thinking about, ooh man, boy, he made a mistake up, but anything hitting the air today, it's got a good chance of being grabbed by the wind.
How about a doinker?
Isn't that interesting? The league average is 199 with the bases loaded. Just got a piece. Or let me take that back. 199 with a full count. It seem low to you?
Very low.
Gordon runs. Sal strikes out. Got him with a pitch down and out of the strike zone. So to the bottom of the 11th, still tied at 1. Staying on, he'll get the top of the Cubs order, which is Dexter Fowler, Chris Bryant, and Anthony Rizzo. If you weren't with us earlier in the game and you're wondering about the uniforms, it is a throwback day and back to the old Federal League when Chicago's team was the Whales, whale logo inside the Red Sea. The Royals wearing the uniforms of the Kansas City Packers. And the Federal League folded in 1915. Joel did some exhaustive research, and on this date in 1915, the Packers and the Whales actually played one another. They played a doubleheader. And of course, both games went into extra innings.
Wow.
The Packers won game 1 3-1 in 10 innings. The Whales won game 2 2-1 in 11 innings. Here we are in the bottom of the 11th inning. 100 years later, 1-1 tie in the bottom of the 11th.
On this date.
On this date.
That's amazing.
2-2 on Fowler. He's had a rough day and a rough series. He has struck out 3 times today. He's 0 for 4. He is 0 for 7 in the series. And remember, he made that big error in the 8th inning on Friday.
He's the guy you want to keep off the bases. He can run.
No swing. Tom Hallion, third base umpire.
Didn't want to do that.
The only option right now, unless Joe Madden went to a starting pitcher, would be Edwin Jackson, who for most of his career has been a starting pitcher, and so he could go multiple innings. And yet Ned Yost, same manager, same game, he still has plenty in the bullpen and 2 guys on the bench. If this game gets into the 12th, 13th inning or later, on paper at least, the Royals are in better shape.
Well, the good thing, Edwin Jackson, he's their long guy, so he could eat up a few innings. He's been used in various roles, but he could probably go a couple innings. Fowler's got 11 steals. That leads the Cubs. Been caught 4 times. Thinking you might see an attempt here.
He would be running into the wind. It's cold. And he'd have to steal a base against Salvador Perez.
And believe me, I've been in that situation over there in this park with the wind blowing in. It affects the runner.
Sal. That was a perfect pitch to throw down to first on, but Fowler is back in time. It's 1-2 on Bryant.
I've been talking about Morales since they acquired him, about how he's a good first baseman. He really moves well. He's got good footwork, and look, you haven't even. He's been so good over there. His first start.
2-2.
This game would have been long over for Morales picking that ball that Davis threw over to him over there. Bryant, he strikes out a lot. You just going to say that?
Thinking the same thing. Right. It's a risk.
Strike him out, throw him out.
Not running. And ball 4, and Sal is stunned, holding that pitch out there for Bruce Dreckman. It's back-to-back walks to begin the 11th inning, and now a walk for Ned Yost out to the hill. And he'll go to Jason Frazier.
Could have been called a strike. Low part of the strike zone. Nothing wrong with his changeup. You want to keep it down on a guy like that. Oh, how did he lay off of that? How did not swing?
So the Chicago with walks to Fowler and Bryant, have 2 on with nobody out. And then Yost goes to Jason Frazier, not Franklin Morales, to set up a lefty-lefty. He goes to Frazier to face Anthony Rizzo. And then some right-hand batters coming up after that.
Well, I'm sure he has his reasons for that. Left-handed batters facing Frazier this year have hit .345 with 1 home.
Base hit left field. Fowler's going to be waved on Alex Gordon, who hesitated, throws, got him at the plate. Fowler points to his dugout. They want to review.
Alex couldn't get a grip on the ball and set his feet, so he did what he does so well, threw off balance on the run. And they're going to review it. Game decision on this call. What a throw by Alex. Salvi with a quick tag. He tries to get it out of his glove and set his feet. He couldn't, so he just throws it over the top. Fowler never got his hand on the dish. We'll see.
Interesting, Hud. He didn't reach forward with his hand. He allowed the ground to drag his hand backward.
Oh, I don't know. This might be the look here.
Boy, it's just tough to see if there was contact or not.
His left hand got stuck. It got stuck in the dirt. Salvi, did he get his hand?
Does he make contact there?
If he does, he's out.
The benefit that the Royals have right now is if the umpires in New York aren't 100% sure, if there is not clear and convincing evidence that Fowler was safe. Now here, did he tag him here? If he did, he's out.
Dreckman saw it. Look at the umpire. He's looking right at it.
Or did he tag him there when his hand hit the plate? But the fact that the call on the field is that he is out, unless it's clear and convincing, then he will remain out.
Boy, this will be as a dramatic call as you're going to see in the replay era.
I'd say I just haven't seen where Sal exactly makes contact with Fowler's left arm.
Couldn't tell. But Bruce Dreckman, look at Bruce. Bruce is looking right at the play. He's on it. Watch the throw over the top. Ball stays straight. Alex has enough on it, but throws just a little bit up the first base line.
Boy, man, that is something.
He's got the look Dreckman does. He sees it right in front of him. He's seeing.
Does he get him
the
right?
Tag. That's what Dreckman's seeing.
The question is there contact there?
Right there. He got him. He's on it. Now he hits the plate. Oh, it's going to be a.
I don't see the contact that you're seeing.
It's a nail biter.
But I also don't see that he definitely got his hand to the plate before the contact. I'm gonna, if I had to be a betting man, I'm gonna say the call stands. I don't think we're gonna see it confirmed.
Okay, here it comes. Drum roll, please. Yes! Yes! Alex Gordon, another Gold Glove play to save the game. And the Cubs and Joe Madden are saying, oh, we know they can defend, but really, on that play, no way Alex gets that throw off. Good call, Rhino. Here it is again. Alex, he couldn't get his feet. He couldn't get the grip, so he quickly released it. And Salvi applies the tag. Fowler, his hand got stuck. He had no batting glove on.
Well, if he extends his arm, this game's over.
Right.
I mean, he just.
Right. So Fowler, unfortunately, having some really bad luck in this series.
Watch how he rounds third base.
I prefer to watch.
He hit the outside corner of third base too, and he rounded third. Which, I mean, that's hard to do and keep your balance.
Yeah.
I mean, little things like that. Hitting the outside of third base and not stretching out his left arm. That's why we're still playing this game.
That's right. On that replay, though, I couldn't take my eye off of Alex in left field on that shot from behind the plate. That's a great shot of watching how Alex couldn't get the ball out. And the Royals are still alive.
Royals, for the second time, are going to give David Ross the chance to win the game, as they will intentionally walk Starlin Castro to load the bases with one out. Back in the ninth inning, with the runner at third base and one out, they intentionally walk Castro to face Ross. And Ross twice tried to bunt. Not a suicide squeeze, but bunted with a runner at third. Wade Davis threw him out, keeping the runner at third base. And then Soler struck out to end the ninth, and now Ross gets another chance with the bases loaded and one out.
Frazier rely on that fastball slider, and he's got a split finger he'll use with one out, bases loaded, and game on the line. If Frazier can get out of this one, Houdini would be proud.
Ross is 0 for 1 with a strikeout against Frazier. Pretty good swing. Jason Hamill, the Cubs starting pitcher, is on deck. Bad. 261.
Outfield shallow, and they should be in. Wind blowing in. I'm trying to take away anything that would dump in there.
Shallow. Escobar out. Didn't catch it, and the game is over. David Ross. And on a windy day at Wrigley Field, the wind kept that ball close enough to the infield where Alex Gordon did not have a shot. Alcides Escobar did everything he could going out. And Escobar frustrated as the Cubs win it in 11 innings, and David Ross, given a second chance to win the game, comes through.
And I had a feeling that the game was going to end on something that had to do with the wind. Now, if there's no wind at all, Escobar makes that play. I can guarantee you that. The wind pushed it back and messed him up. He knows he could have made it. Ross is saying, please drop it. What a game.
2-1 Chicago. We'll be right back.